3782, 3782, or go to filmcare.com.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored, and there's breaking news. Now, tens of millions of Americans, Fox and CNN, to Newsmax, for the breaking information they really need to know. Rossitude says Newsmax, top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major TV or smartphone store. Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higby, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made this. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV, or download the Newsmax. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is for real people.
Cans, third generation Marvin cans, heating and air conditioning. Did you know I have? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs space, it's because it's true and not because I has to hit some end of the week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? Crosby, Stills and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvineknze.com.
Talk Radio 10, WPHT, WPHT, GL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wait, It's a great day as we are the champions, the Super Bowl champs. And I love this. You're wearing your Kelsey jersey, Dan Borowski. I'm wearing my B-Doc throwback. And you think about this.
I do like the B-Dog you're rocking there. It's a nice one you got. The black.
See,
yeah.
It's from back in the day. And here's the thing. It's good luck. We all wore our jerseys to mass yesterday. And so I think it's good luck. I think it's all good luck. Not that we needed good luck because we blew them out. But so exciting.
Oh, it's so great.
And the latest, although we are awaiting word from Mayor Sherrell Parker and the official word from city officials, but it looks like the big parade in Philadelphia will be Friday, Valentine's Day. So it's appropriate. You know, city of brotherly love, sisterly affection on Valentine's Day, showing the love. So everything will be shut down, schools, if they do it like they did last time.
Can I make at least one prediction today?
What's your prediction?
Yeah, 30 engagements on Friday.
Oh, yeah. At the parade?
Oh, yeah. You know it's going to happen often. Like my one of my best friends, he was actually featured on Fox the following day after the 52, the night after, because he...
In 2018?
With the snow, with fireworks, he proposed to his, at the time, girlfriend, and they later got married, and they had a whole Eagles-themed wedding. But he's not the only one that did that night, and I'm sure this year there's going to be a ton of them as well. And now having on Valentine's Day, what's better than a Eagles fan proposal on Valentine's Day at the Eagles Day Super Bowl parade?
I love it. I think it's perfect. It's fitting, showing some love. I know Mummers Parade New Year's Day, we always get some. It's fun. And then to follow up, like, is the baby coming a year later, 2 years later? Because we go there. All right. So, let me know. As far as I will tell you, I was nervous. I don't know why, but like this year I was so afraid. And, kudos to Senator Dave McCormick. He predicted it would be a blowout, wouldn't it be close on Friday? And Senator McCormick was right. And he did go. He and Dina went with Trump. He was right there in Nolans having fun, putting out social media.
Were they sitting in the same box together?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Flew there with him, too.
I didn't get that.
That's pretty awesome.
Right.
So with Ivanka, and was it you that thought he would go because of Barron? But there he was with Ivanka and her kids. I did not see the First Lady. I did not see, maybe because of security or whatever. but publicly you only saw Trump with Ivanka.
Surprising.
Some
Yeah,
of the
that was me. I thought it
grandkids.
would be, Barron, assuming the kid being 6'8", football fan, maybe. Guess not.
Maybe it's not his team.
Yeah, but still,
Right,
it's
'cause
the
he's-
Super Bowl. I mean,
He's
you
probably
still go,
Giants.
right?
Yeah, but he might be Giants or Jets.
I don't care.
You never know.
Even if the Cowboys are playing the Super Bowl, if I get a free invite to a luxury box,
But I think Ivanka, when she was here, because they all went to UPenn, so I wonder if she became, she was rooting for the Eagles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll have to investigate that one. All right, so we have a lot to talk about because there's so much developing. All these different court hearings that are happening. So when we last saw each other Friday, happy Monday, February 10th, when we talked on Friday, remember that and now it's up to 65,000 federal workers. Yeah, they signed up. They said, yes, sign me up to get full pay until October 1st of next year. Doesn't that sound sweet? But then a judge pushed the pause button on that. So I guess that hearing is 2 or 3-ish today in the afternoon. But there was urgent action just this morning in court as the Trump administration is furious, just furious as to these delays and what's going on. So we'll get to that because I want to update you on that. And then also, did you know that $170,000 of your hard-earned tax dollars were going to go for a museum exhibit of Dr. Anthony Fauci? This is the kind of thing that just makes my blood boil. 855-839-1210. But this is $170,000 earmarked for a museum exhibit, not even like a museum, just a little exhibit, basically a shrine to Dr. Fauci. Well, Doge discovered it and nixed it. In fact, they've nixed $180 million in contracts, and this has to do with the Department of Health and Human Services. And this was just since Friday that they're just finding this money. Now, they put out this morning. They said these contracts were entirely for, quote unquote, administrative expenses, and none of them touched any kind of healthcare programs or programs that directly benefit, the people paying for it, like our tax dollars. That's not what this is. It's things like a special little museum exhibit for Dr. Fauci, which is outrageous. Another headline for you is that Trump this morning says he's going to impose the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports. We have that going on. And then remember, China is saying that they'll do their retaliatory tariffs. So we'll see where that is going, because generally speaking, last time, remember, it was all really about negotiations, not about tariffs. So we'll see how that checks out. All right, let's talk about Doge. I want to get into this, and you're going to hear some audio in just a second. But we know that the Trump administration has been in court early this morning because over the weekend, what happened was the Democrats, and I should say 19 different attorneys general, and I told you about this Friday morning, that they had filed legal action, and that includes Matt Platkin from New Jersey. I always have to say it. Remember the Kensington Hottie story? So anyway, different Matt, but Matt Platkin among those. But the truth is that this is something that they're in court this morning. And so they're fighting in court. This is an urgent push right now to end a court order that happened over the weekend that basically bans top officials the access to the federal government's payment system, operated, of course, by the Treasury Department. So the legal filing calls it a remarkable intrusion, unconstitutional, and that it should be dissolved immediately. And they're talking about basic democratic accountability that requires that every executive agency's work be supervised. So Elon Musk put out on social media, and I've told you about this, I touched on it early this morning, and that is that in the private sector, for example, generally speaking, every dollar that goes out, every paycheck, every payment, you have some kind of a code that's on that paycheck or on a check in general so that you can do an audit. Do you know that our federal government does not have that kind of, they don't have that kind of regulation, or they don't do that? Then on top of it, they've discovered at least $100 billion $100 billion. And these are your tax dollars, okay? 100 billion that are basically unaccounted for. With these checks that have been doled out, they don't have any ID number you can track it. And if it goes to a person, to an individual, there's no social security number that's attached to it. And so the Doge crew, and this is Elon Musk, yes, but through to the Department of Treasury, they've said, this is insane. This is shocking. And this should be a lead story. This is what's going on. And this is why they want to stop it. Democrats, that is. So this is, when did Senator Kennedy say this next item? Because Dan, you found this. He's been tracking all this different audio. So this is Senator Kennedy, who you know well, he has a fun way of wording things. But let's just listen in as he's talking about this, because as he's talking about Doge and trying to explain what the intent of accountability, which should be happening. But he's also reminding all of us that as far as money spent, even when Trump, let's say, signs an executive order or talks about something, the truth is, yes, Trump is teeing that up, but everything that requires money, your tax dollars spending must be approved by Congress. And that's why this is remarkable, what Senator Kennedy says.
Okay, listen up.
Now, Mr. Musk started with the USAID. That handles a lot of foreign aid for America. American people are very generous. But I'll tell you what Mr. Musk discovered. I find it fascinating. He discovered that the American taxpayers are giving money to Afghanistan. He found that we are giving money to Yemen. He found that we are giving money to Syria. I didn't know that. Some of our foreign aid is going to Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria. He found that the USAID has 10,000 people. 10,000 people, employees. And every year they give away $40 billion. He found that the USAID gave money to support electric vehicles in Vietnam. Our money, taxpayer money. He found that the USAID gave money to a transgender clinic in India. I didn't know that. I bet the American people didn't know that. He found that the USAID gave $1.5 million to a Serbian LGBTQ group called Grupa Izladaji. I probably mispronounced that. My apologies.
But this list goes on and on and on, and you get the gist of it. So this is Senator John Kennedy, Louisiana, obviously, and he always, he's usually really humorous, and we love when he's speaking out about these kinds of things because he's funny, but he's very plain spoken. And so what he's referring to, and this is the one time he's not really joking around, because I think even he, as a United States senator, is stunned by all of this money, billions of dollars just being doled out, and nobody seemed to know about it. So what's going on here, as I've been talking about this morning, is that so Justice Department lawyers under the Trump administration, they say they're negotiating with the states to come up with a quick agreement that narrows the latest judge's order. And that they were judge shopping, basically. These were 19 attorneys general from 19 states, all Democrats, judge shopped, found this federal judge, Paul Engelmeyer. So he issued the order early Saturday barring system access to all but, quote unquote, career employees who had taken, quote, proper trainings. And that was why they said, well, even the Treasury Secretary is not allowed because you didn't have time to go through the proper trainings, etc. And so they're going back and forth. So now the Department of Justice and, they're now involved. They've been already before a different court judge, and that's Judge Vargas this morning. So this new judge this morning is saying they have to reach an agreement by 5 p.m. today. Otherwise, Judge Vargas is going to demand an expedited review of the matter by late tonight. So it looks like they will resolve this. And by the way, Elon Musk had put out on social media, he had said, we are using Treasury. This is the Treasury Department. And these are people who have the proper trainings. There's nothing improper. There's nothing illegal. We're doing everything proper. But my question is, why is it that Democrats are losing their minds? Why is it that they're going crazy over Doge? In other words, government efficiency, doing something in a very public way. What if they think that this isn't everything they're going to find? In other words, if they found $100 billion that has been distributed, they say, with no attachment of identification codes or social security numbers, and they're still worried about further findings, what the heck are they going to find? How much more money is there that's being doled out, and who is getting it? To me, I think this is the tip of the iceberg. That's what I think. Even though you would think, wow, good thing they found $100 billion, and this is not going to anything that helps America. Apparently, this is administrative type money. But no matter what, we should be tracking it. My point to you is, I think that they have yet to uncover the mother lode. I think that's to come, and that's what everybody fears. And all of these people have been on the take. I don't care who has been getting the money. I want to know. I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat, whatever. But I think that this is the swamp being drained. We can see it in real time as long as they're transparent and they do it legally. Why do Democrats have such a problem with it? Because there's much more to come, and they're terrified of what Elon Musk and Doge is going to. So let me know your number. Like, what do you think is the number, and where do you think this is leading?
The impurity of Jews.
What?
That's what we're giving foreign aid to. I kind of find what he's found out interesting. He found that we gave $2 million, USAID did, for sex changes in Guatemala. He found that we gave $20 million to produce a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. He found that we gave $4.5 million of taxpayer money to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. He found that we gave $10 million, USAID did, of meals to an Al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group called the Nusra Front.
And our kids here in Philadelphia and across the country, 70% of fourth graders are not at reading level. That's the latest. And still do not have HVAC in our local schools. But we're sending over tens of millions of dollars for these ridiculous earmarked projects. It's crazy. And then who is getting rich off of it? That's the real question, too. There's more to come. Stay right there. Awesome.
Your Valentine deserves a priceless gift, one that symbolizes your love because it will never go away and continue to blossom forever.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
With Valentine's Day coming up, the best gift that you could give to your Valentine is to bring your money to Crash Proof Retirement.
Even in the downturns of the economy, I have security that my retirement funds will grow into a considerable amount of money.
We're not going down. We don't have to recover a loss. Zero becomes our hero. When the market goes up, we just pick up and move forward in a positive direction. We get a double win because we stayed at zero and now we're going positive. It's the best symbol of your love possible. Peace of mind and security.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
So, if all goes to plan, when do you think families will be able to feel prices going down? Groceries, energy, or are you kind of saying to them, hang on, inflation may get worse until it gets better?
No, I think we're going to become a rich... Look, we're not that rich right now. We owe $36 trillion. That's because we let all these nations take advantage of us. Same thing, like $200 billion with Canada. We owe $300. We have a deficit with Mexico of $350 billion. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let that happen.
Sports has always been something that America...
So that was, if you saw, I watched it. Did you watch President Trump being interviewed by Brett Baer? It's a tradition. It was kind of a meh. It was, there weren't huge headlines out of it. But what they're talking about, and I even, I'm looking at Doge as far as they're saying that they have coordination across 35 different agencies, and that's just over a couple of days. They have gotten rid of nearly 200 wasteful contracts, and they've saved at least $250 million. So $250 million, these are federal tax dollars. There was a contract for Asia Pacific. This was to help with Sri Lanka climate change mitigation and resilience coordination services for forest services. Also a workshop for intercultural communication diversity dialogue to communicate across differences. First of all, that's such a word circle salad. I don't even know what it means. But it's crazy. $250 million. And you got to just know that along the line, I think of Rich Cioli, like he always says, like, I got to get my VIG. So there are a bunch of people getting their VIG out of that $250 million. before it ever gets to Sri Lanka or wherever it's the destination. And that's what we need to know. And that's why, of course, they don't have any way to track it. They don't have anybody's social. Think about that. It's like the mafia. They might as well have just given cash in a paper bag. And, right? This
Under
is
the table, yeah.
unbelievable. So just your thoughts on this, 855-839.
Looking the other way, averting your eyes,
Yeah.
little handoff, shady.
Yo, I got a little something in the bag for you. My goodness. And we have somebody who can rhyme up the Doge.
Oh, we got a rhymer on the line?
Got a rhymer? Is it Ed?
Is it time for a rhyme?
Is it time for a rhyme?
Yes, it is. Hey, Dawn Stensler, it'll never be a sacrifice to tell you how nice she is, and I'd even say it twice.
Aw, thank you.
That's so nice.
Happy Super Bowl Monday.
Hey, I hope I get to call you on Valentine's Day and wish you a happy Valentine's Day.
Well, I hope we're down. I hope we're all credentialed to be at the parade.
Ed, tell me about yourself.
Okay.
Do you got a Valentine that you'll be
Special
enjoying?
Valentine?
Oh, sure. I have had my wife and me been together for over 33 years.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm surprised she's put up with the rhymes for that long. To be quite
Well,
honest.
she don't like them, so I can't say them too much when she's around.
See, that's
she
why-
don't feel profound.
So that's why she probably loves us. She's like, Ed, you can get your rhyming, get it all out on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, I want to talk about this kook, Andy Kim, who says we're in a constitutional crisis because we're cutting waste out of the government. Where he's freaking brain dead as the governor of New Jersey.
New Jersey. You're talking about the governor and the senator.
Yeah,
New Jersey.
Kim and him are freaking nitwits.
You want some audio here, Dawn?
Sure.
Take a listen.
Next question, because your colleague Jeff Merkley basically said he's prepared to try to shut down the government over some of these sledgehammer actions that he's seeing by Elon Musk. Are you prepared to shut down the government, to join Democratic colleagues who want to stand in the way of keeping the government open?
Well, you have to look at what the Trump administration is doing right now. They are simply trying to. They are simply trying to dismantle the government. So yes, look, if we have to take steps to be able to hold them accountable, use the leverage that we have I cannot support efforts that will continue this lawlessness that we're seeing when it comes to this administration's actions. And for us to be able to support government funding in that way, only for them to turn it around to dismantle the government, that is not something that should be allowed.
So just to be clear, Senator, you are open to voting yes to shut down the government, to make this point.
This is on them. This is about whether or not they can get the votes. They are the majority, and if they cannot govern, then that's for the American people to see. But I've worked in government. I've worked through multiple government shutdowns. I would be the last person to want to get to that stage. But we are at a point where we are basically on the cusp of a constitutional crisis. Seeing this administration taking steps that are so clearly illegal. And until we see a change in that behavior, we should not allow and condone that, nor should we assist in that.
So, is that what's happening? Because they're making it all transparent. It just seems that they're very upset that Doge, they're finding all the money and they're posting it publicly. So you can look at it yourself, Department of Government Efficiency. It's on social media. You can follow it. And they've said, for example, and Ed, I think you're still there, but they said last year $9 billion of the $35 billion that the NIH, National Institutes of Health, granted for research was used for, quote, administrative overhead, indirect costs, $9 billion with a B dollars. And then NIH has lowered it now. The maximum indirect cost rate research institutions can change the government to 15%. And so they're very quickly saying, no, we're not going to give out this money for quote unquote administrative overhead, which they don't even know what that is. This is the insanity we're living in.
It's nuts.
$9 billion. I can't even imagine it. Ed, thank you for your rhymes. Call and rhyme with us anytime so that you'll give your wife less strife. There's my my
on the
feeble
spot,
attempt.
Dawn. You ever attempt rapping?
No.
Your past life
Like
as a battle
Kendrick.
rapper?
No.
You and Eminem up in Detroit?
Eminem's pretty good. Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, what'd you think about it?
Last night?
Oh, yeah.
I just think that, like my youngest son, you know, I listen to it. The football team, that's all the music that they're in part that they work out to. I just think it doesn't lend itself for a big venue.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No, it doesn't. It's I didn't. You had Lady Gaga, Paul McCartney, it's Taylor Swift in the building, and that's what you put out for the halftime show. It was very underwhelming. One of my nephews, did indeed love it.
He did or did not?
No, he did. He
did.
really liked it. I don't see the appeal. And how I texted to my sister, because my sister's like, oh, it's pretty good. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a guy with a camera talking into a camera, following a cameraman, speaking spoken word into a microphone in front of 80,000 people. Like, I missed the days of, you know what? I don't even think it was. I'm going to get crushed for this, but I always say that I think the Prince Super Bowl halftime show was overrated.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, do I really regret saying that ever in my life after seeing what I'm seeing with Kendrick Lamar, because at least Prince has crazy amount of, talent, and the halftime show in the rain was, looking back, really good when you have something like Kendrick Lamar during halftime, Dawn.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, and by the way, Sizzle, Sizl, I thought she has a beautiful voice. At least put her on more.
SZA?
SZA? It's Sizl? Is that? I know.
Look at us.
They're like, Mom. Like, I know. I was getting it last night. Like, Mom. I was like, how do you spell that? But she has a beautiful voice. So at least,
And I like what they did with the song when they kind of slowed it down and turned it into an actual,
cool.
sung song, but...
I would rather, truthfully, I think they needed like Snoop Dogg. They needed somebody that everybody knows from all the generations. I don't know.
And I get like the whole like dissing Drake and the A minor kind of thing that was going on, and like cool. It kind of comes across as corny to me.
Yeah.
Like you had the whole crowd like pop when he said it, and I think it's kind of I love that message is getting out there, but it seems so corporate at this point. The whole Kendrick Lamar vibe that I don't know. Look at me. Who am I to talk as a 35-year-old out of touch guy with no kids?
I was laughing because somebody said, I heard him say tiramisu. I heard tiramisu too. Maybe because that's like my favorite dessert of all time. It's like, I heard tiramisu too. What did you hear? What did you think? I don't know. It just, I think that it's not.
Peter so youtube.com/@12WPHT. We're always streaming out there. Go like, subscribe, and click that bell to get notified, right? It's no more Snoop Dogg.
No more?
Are you? What are your son's thoughts on Snoop Dogg? Because I think that guy transcends
cool.
generations.
Yeah,
he's still cool. Is he overexposed though?
Well, he would have. I think he would have helped out with last night.
Yeah.
I think if Dan and Jimmy and all of us were there on the set, anybody would have helped out. Is my point. You know what I mean?
But is Peter only saying that because of the commercial that, like, is he being a hipster because they had the no hate commercial with him and Tom Brady?
Yeah, that's right.
So has that commercial caused Snoop Dogg to jump the shark now in some people's eyes?
I don't know. Snoop Dogg, look, because Snoop hosted that Trump party, he lost not that he cares, but he lost like 500,000 followers on his Instagram. Like, it was crazy how many people were like, what, you like Trump? He was like, yeah, I hosted a party. He's president. Get over yourself. I love Snoop Dogg for that. He's just like, I'm doing what I'm doing.
He just wants money.
He does. He's just
care.
like, he's like, yo, I'm a capitalist. I want to make the money. Dan and...
now we got people in our chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT, defending Drake, saying that 244 million RIAA certifications versus Kendrick Lamar's 43. So if you're...
I
can't believe we have this going on in the chat.
This is hysterical.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Mangle says, let Lamb of God play the next halftime show. It'd be the first I ever watched. Lamb of God being a heavy metal, screaming kind of band. Thoughts on
Hey, go for it.
Yeah?
AC/DC. AC/DC is touring.
It'd be great.
I think, seriously, AC/DC would rock it, and they could, even if they had somebody with them who's like contemporary, I think, because AC/DC just transcends all the generations. Like, that's one of our cover songs for my son Michael, Back in Black.
Yeah?
Like, that's...
Cover? Wait, what do you mean by cover? Like,
that's
what's he
like
playing?
our, like, theme.
Oh, you guys are just
like,
singing
that's
it.
our theme song.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, just...
Do you want to sing some of it for us?
No.
No?
I can't go that high. Like, back in... I mean, it's like... This is it, baby. I just... That beat.
YouTube.com/at12 to WPHT to see the vibes. And Dawn is quite out there right now with the.
This is, Michael, if you're listening, this is for you. Trump is president. Eagles are Super Bowl champs. We are back in black, and it's a good day.
The working families of Long Island Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund. Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
So that's Lamb of God. So the question is, do you want Lamb of God or AC/DC for a time show? I'm voting AC/DC.
Yeah,
I'm just
too.
saying.
Me too. This is just as bad as Kendrick Lamar.
I mean, well, no.
This would
it's
be
not
as bad as Kendrick Lamar was.
No, I would say this is better. Because at least this has, like...
Well, both things, you can't understand the word, so what's the matter there?
That's true. Did they say tiramisu? We have... Tiramisu. Did you ever try to rap before?
No comment. Plead the fifth.
So...
Yes.
You did? Were you any good?
No, not at all. Yeah, from the mean streets of...
It's hard. It's not easy to rap because you have to write it and rhyme it. Like, we should take Ed from Delran and do, like, great rap, but it's not easy. I'm just saying. So I admire, but it's just not the venue for a Super Bowl. But AC/DC on a big stage, all that rock and roll would be freaking awesome.
There's a post in a Reddit about a year ago for a lobby for AC/DC to do the Super Bowl.
The Nevada governor, Joe Lombardo, is that what you're seeing?
Well, I saw something else too, but yeah, I did see that. Go ahead. What about Lombardo? He wanted that?
He wanted it. He was pushing for AC/DC, and I'm with it. I think AC/DC, they've never done it. The NFL has not featured rock music in the halftime show for more than a decade, except, and this does not count, this does not count as rock. They did basically baby pop rocks, Maroon 5 and Coldplay.
No, that's not rock.
That's not rock.
No.
Come on.
I like Coldplay a lot. I might even admit I love Coldplay.
It's like chick. It's known as like chick light
Yeah.
rock music. Come on.
You know, I know you're gay. You listen to Coldplay. Yeah, I know the joke from 40-Year-Old Virgin, yes. But money talks, Dawn. Maybe the
That's
governor
true.
can, get some money together, get some AC/DC out there. It'd be nice.
AC/DC.
Yeah, Coldplay, Maroon 5, that's not rock.
I'd rather give the Doge money instead of the Fauci Museum to AC/DC. And they're not going to charge like how many billions. That's the thing. I just can't wait to find this out. I can't wait to find out all of this money, and that's why they're all flipping out. But we should know by the end of today, number one, for the fate of those 65,000 federal workers who said, yeah, they want the buyout. Why can't they have it? They were offered it, they signed it, and they want to get paid for 8 months until next October 1st, and they would get full pay. Imagine that, all spring, all summer, into the fall. You can find another job if you want, and you get full pay, full benefits, all that good stuff. And then the idea here, obviously, is that they're just trying to shrink the size of government, that it's just big and bloated, and how much money that would save us. And you're not firing people. You're giving them a nice, smooth pathway to their next journey, whether that's retirement or whether they just want to, find another gig.
So your resident liberal librarian down there in Washington, Rosa DeLaura, joined MSNBC today and offered some warnings about this whole Doge thing. You want to take a listen?
Yeah.
As Norm Eisen pointed out, the courts, the American people, I would add the Congress, will not let this succeed. And the courts are important. And we will be in the House. While we do not have standing to sue, we are working with the organizations that are bringing suit. We will file amicus briefs. So we will use the courts are critically important in this area. The other piece of that is the outrage of the American public. And when you think about there is the legal issue, but you have to think about what the what are the repercussions to American families. You take education. You're looking at denying people school lunches. You are taking the opportunity for a college education if you cut Pell Grants. You cut student financial aid. There are a whole range of what these services do for the American public. That's the word that has to get out. When you cut education, you cut 72,000. You cut Title I. 72,000 teachers nationwide are gone. Your kid may be in a classroom that doesn't have a teacher. Special education for developmentally challenged kids, that will be cut. What happens to those kids? But again, it's U.S. aid, it's education. They're going to go to Medicaid, and it is about the effect of what happens in the lives of American people, of middle-class families, of working families,
Let's see that in
of
writing.
what is going to happen to their ability.
Okay, I've had enough of her. Here's the thing. Let's see that in writing. Everything that she just claimed, let's see it all. Let's see the spreadsheet, because Elon Musk, every time they get something, they release it. So just this morning, with 22 million views, Elon Musk and the Doge team, they posted this, that and Doge is, I know it's a dog and it stands for something else as well, but it's Department of Government Efficiency. The team just discovered that FEMA sent $59 million just last week during the Trump administration to luxury hotels in New York City to house illegal migrants. So they put out that sending this money violates the law and is in gross insubordination to the president's executive order. This money, $59 million, is meant for American disaster relief and instead is being spent on high-end hotels for illegals. A clawback demand is being made today to recoup those funds. Now, I want you to imagine that you're one of the individuals who, and we heard about this actually with the North Carolina and the people in the Hurricane Milton, survivors in the Carolinas and Florida. Remember we heard that? And they said, oh no, that all the money is proper. The FEMA money's going to them. No, it's not. It's being diverted just like they had said back then before Trump was even president. But the audacity of these individuals, of FEMA and these other groups with this money that they think they can just write a check for $59 million. And the claim here is it went out last week to pay for luxury hotels in New York City to house illegal migrants. You know, last time I checked in New York City, I don't know what their situation, if it's as dire as for us in Philadelphia, where the majority of the kids don't have HVAC and have crumbling buildings or buildings that are certainly not luxury buildings. It's just an insult to injury when I hear something like that. And then even just think about our kids, that not everybody has, an iPad in the schools. Not every kid has that. Not every kid has all of the tools that I think they could use. But we're not even having those conversations. Oh no, because they're gonna pay $59 million just last week to pay for luxury hotels for folks who are in this country illegally. That's ridiculous. Give me a break. So we want to see it all. We want it all transparent. A lot of happenings in court. So 3 different court proceedings just this morning that I'm aware of, that I've been reporting to you. Hey, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland, hit me up on X. We'll continue. We do have local school update because there's a lot of activity locally as well. Philadelphia. Oh, so much great Philadelphia news, right? With we'll get some parade details coming up. But my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. And these are from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bucks County Estate Traders is giving you early access to their huge President's Day savings event. Save 15% off everything in the store, with many items up to 25% off. Discover their massive 16,000-piece showroom in Hatfield filled with beautiful, high-quality furniture. Furnish every room in your house in one trip. QR codes on every piece provide all the info at your fingertips, and their industry-leading staff will help you find exactly what you need. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom today. Hurry in and tell them you heard it here.
They did it! They won the Super Bowl! The Eagles are the champions. You're celebrating big, and Verizon is too. Let's keep the winning going. This Friday through Sunday, we have special deals in store just for Philly. Because the very best team, with the very best fans, deserves the very best deals. Visit a local Philly Verizon store to celebrate and save. When the Eagles win, we all win. But hurry in, these deals won't last.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So were you worried yesterday? I was nervous all day long. I was nervous about our Philadelphia Eagles, and now I feel silly that I was so nervous, but I just wanted to win so badly, you know? But we crushed it. It's oh, God, thank God. It's such a great feeling. You think about Trump and the fact that he was flying back and forth, and over the weekend, all of the different, I know Kristi Noem over the weekend, and this morning, Sean Duffy. All the cabinet members are in North Carolina, and Trump over the weekend flying, but doing interviews, talking with all the legal action going on. This administration they have to be the hardest working administration. They've only been in here. Think about it. Just since the 20th of January. Here we are on February 10th. And think about everything they've done, everything they've exposed. I know that Sean Duffy's on the ground in North Carolina, as I was talking about speaking of FEMA, my God, the hurricane survivors. Looks like a war zone there. And then you have the fires out west. You have the plane crash here in the Northeast in Philadelphia. And then obviously the deadly, just horrifying plane crash that happened in D.C. So all of these people hurting amid these crises. And it's so insulting. It's a slap in the face to all of them when you think about FEMA doling out money not to people in need, to luxury hotels. Are you kidding me? And we'll even get to as far as why is the administration honing in now on the Department of Education. And we've talked a lot about this, but in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll hear from a local mom who's very involved at the school board level. And we'll update you on what's going on in suburban schools. And then what does it mean for the suburban schools when all of this is going on? So we want to put that into perspective. But when you think of the U.S. Department of Education spending at least $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion on all of these different grants that were focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, what does that mean? So it means hiring, programming, training, and all of that for the past 4 years. Remember a while ago, I had talked about the fact that DEI, and there's another one too, that the hiring practices. So those tentacles, you think of, I had described it to you, what was that? I don't know, within the past month, as think about a tree that's growing, a weed tree as I call it, that's growing too close to the house. And those roots are just going down, and they're invading the foundation, and then they're going to crack the foundation. Remember I talked about that? And so you think about, that's the imagery I have here, that this DEI, really what it's about is that they're making it so it has these roots or these tentacles that then crack the foundation of our nation. What does that mean? They really chip away at family. That's what they're attacking. Traditional family, faith, right? What is a man? What is a woman? What is female? What is male? At every level, just trying to attack all of that. And then even remember, and I think this is a huge issue, especially in New Jersey, where we were hearing that they were saying to kids, well, wink, wink, we don't have to talk to your parents about it. It happened here in Pennsylvania, but that was shut down much more quickly. But in New Jersey, for example, they were really trying at the educational level to say, no. If you want to be called by a different name and you want to be one of these, 85 different genders or sexes or whatever, we don't have to tell your parents. You can tell us. All of that is undermining parental rights. All of that is undermining the traditions of faith and family in this country. And $1 billion in grants under the Biden administration went to do just that. Thank God Donald J. Trump is president. So we'll talk about all of this moving forward. We have so much breaking news locally, statewide, nationally. Stay right there. We've got it all for you just ahead.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet! The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We are celebrating the fact that we are the Super Bowl champions. I think every Philadelphia Eagles fan feels like a champion of the world. Should feel like the champion of just because of our Eagles, but also because, is in the White House. It's a good day in America for sure. Donald J. Trump busy at work. His Doge team, the Department of Government Efficiency. Yeah, I remember that I had told you about this report that was looking into the Biden administration. And the headline at the time, and this just came out early this year, maybe late in 2024, how much the U.S. Department of Education was spending on all of these so-called grants for diversity, equity, and inclusion, if you remember that. And so it's really in every aspect of, emotional learning, restorative justice, social learning, equity, inclusion, and it really spans K through 12 education, and then, of course, spills into higher education. And so that's why I believe that this administration is saying to really get rid of this, they need to look through where all the dollars are going. But I think that's a piece of this, that what they're saying is, no, we're going to have the states do the oversight because the federal government has not done a good job with the oversight. And so if they give it back to the states, at least then parents have an opportunity for more transparency. And, well, hopefully most states would then look at the money and not do that. I think that's a piece of this, that they would take away the federal aspect of it. And I think that's what the founding fathers, if you look at the Constitution, I think that goes along with the Constitution as well. 855-839-1210. We will look for the official confirmation, all the details from the city of Philadelphia officials as well today to see exactly the timing of the parade. They have announced, the Eagles said it's going to be Friday, Valentine's Day, but what's that timing look like? We'll get to that in a moment. 855-839-1210. Let's get to Tony. Some input here. Hey, Tony.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Happy Monday.
Congratulations. Go
Woo!
Eagles. I don't really follow football, but I watched the game last night. I see Mr. Trump, and I also see, what's her name, being boo. Love that.
Oh, yeah, Taylor Swift. What's her name?
Yes.
I love it.
Also, I saw how I don't understand football as much as I wanted to, but I saw how the Eagles fly. They flew over the other team. Like, that was awesome. But my main point was, just like I talked to your streamer, that I've seen this happen twice already. Once in El Salvador and two in Argentina. Bukele, as you know, is friend with Mr. 47.
Yes.
So is Milei from Argentina. And so El Salvador went in and they slimmed down the government as much as they could, and now the government is efficient. And, I'm pretty sure you know the story of El Salvador. Milei, they had 200% inflation. Milei did the impossible in less than 4 months by slimming down and cut all the money from the government. All the corrupt politicians, they cut all the money out, and they ended up like jumping like fishes out of water, crying for their money. You seen that somewhere? That's what they're doing here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think
that's what they're doing here.
I think really what we're seeing is just a reaction after all of this ridiculous. It's you're right though. It was like a virus that
exactly.
A mind virus that maybe I don't know why it coincided with the pandemic, but it did, and now we see people all over the world saying this whole thing was crazy. And remember,
right.
And you know what? To your point about especially Argentina, Javier Milei. Remember the movie? I remember 60 Minutes even did a report on him. Oh, this guy! Look at him. He's crazy. Right. This guy's crazy.
Right. They tried to make him look crazy, unhinged, just because he was doing rallies with a chainsaw.
Yes,
which it was a symbol of exactly what Trump is doing with the government, like slimming down, take all the bad politicians out of there. Which, by the way, let me say something: the politicians should be working for us. The politicians here or in any country, they should work almost like afraid of us to vote them out the next election. They should know that we are the boss. Our vote are the boss.
Yeah.
And they work for us. They should be doing that on every level of the government. And every government official should be as clear as possible, from the president all the way down to the township people. That's my point of view.
No, it's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know, you love the other football, which is soccer, of course. And I know as Americans, we call it football. And sometimes people around the rest of the world say, that's not football. But I love that you made the reference as far as the flying. What's that, Dan?
So we know what the true football is.
Yeah. But it's fun. And I do think you're right. But I remember, 60 Minutes had him with his chainsaw. And they were making Milei looked like a crazy guy. And then when he won, they all went, oh, dang. I think the people saw through it. And the people, this is institutions as far as your media. They around the world have lost credibility. And that's really what we're seeing here. But for us in America, something that we played earlier this morning with all of those Democrats and Maxine Waters, I think Maxine Waters was among them. They went to the Department of Education, which they probably never even been there before, or it's been years for these career politicians. And they were standing outside, and the gentleman outside, who's a guard, who, by the way, is an employee, and they were this guy and saying, well, who do you work for? And basically, don't you know who I am? And literally said, and you just made me think of it, Tony, because they were saying, well, we pay your salary, meaning the lawmakers, the Democrats. And see, they still don't get it. They think that all of us, that everybody works for them. And so it's this re-racking of everything to say, no, you guys don't get it. You guys don't get it that when you're talking about money being allocated, that's not your money. That's our money that should serve us, we the people. You don't get to decide that, but that's how backwards they think. And it's really...
So they know that we are here. Max, ask the question again. That's important.
Were you told, are you making this decision to stand in front of this door on your own behalf, on behalf of the Department of Education, or were you told to come out here and block members of Congress from going to the desk?
I'm doing my job.
So everybody's freelancing.
What is that?
We're doing our jobs.
We're trying to save your
jobs.
It's a non-responsive. Show them your ID. Were you told to stand here, or did you decide to stand here and block members of Congress from entering the Department of Education?
To federal buildings.
He's a security
rules.
We're allowed in there.
So a private security contractor
Do you know who members of
blocking
Congress are?
members of
Sure,
Congress.
we're all members of Congress. Maybe he doesn't understand. Do you
A private
understand who
security
members of Congress
contractor
are?
is making the decision to block members
Look
of
how
Congress from
demeaning they are. That this poor, and by the way, and I don't think he was a private security. I think it came out that in fact he's an employee. He was following orders. You know what I'm saying? He's standing there and he was told nobody gets in, and he's just looking at him like, there's no way he's going to let them in because he's following his orders. He doesn't want to lose his job, and they're grandstanding, and he knows it. But they're bullying this guy, and they're being demeaning to him and demoralizing. And I thought they were against that sort of thing. That, do you know who I am? I'm a career politician. Well, sucks to be you, because today's the day where all of the numbers are being exposed. They are being exposed, and we see them all as swamp monsters. Why are they losing their minds over this? We have to ask ourselves that question as we learn more about where the money's going and why it's important to the current administration as they do the research. And so on a smaller scale, I will say, this is the kind of thing that Meg Brock, who you know is a mom in Bucks County, who just wanted to know what's going on. Beth Ann Rossica in Chester County. See, these people really started the Doge movement, if I'm being honest. These suburban moms right here in our area, they started the Doge movement, and they should be given that credit. And as I speak, Meg Brock and a whole bunch of moms, by the way, in the suburbs, but especially in Bucks County, they're still facing the courts and going through the courts and being dragged through the courts. You know why? Because their municipality, their local government, would rather spend your tax dollars, if you live in that municipality, to fight them than to actually give up the information that they seek. What are they hiding? And that's the real question. What are these lawmakers, these individuals, what are they so afraid of? We're going to find out. The truth always comes out. But the original Doge warriors are moms right from our area. They inspired this movement. That's what I see. 855-839-1210. We have one of those great warrior moms who's been fighting, started out just fighting for her family, for her children, for her educational system. And it's amazing what you start to find. Well, when you seek, you find. That's a promise from the Bible, is it not? So you'll hear from one local mom right around the corner.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's so make the switch to Newsmax and satellite TV, or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Dom Giordano.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Can you throw a football 40 yards out?
40 yards, I'm not so sure. Can you?
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's one of the claims that he always makes is a 40-yard football throw.
Dan, have you seen him throw it 40 yards?
No.
We did have a contest. It was close.
We'll make it to Mulligan's, make it to the beach, and see him throw it 40 yards on the beach. We'll measure it out.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
So we thought we would just do a deep dive because we've been talking about Doge, all the court proceedings that are happening, looking at the Department of Government Efficiency with regard to its focus right now on the Department of Education and dismantling that in essence because of at least $1 billion dedicated to placing DEI type curriculum or ideas throughout. Think of tentacles or deep roots, throughout the Department of Education. So let's zoom in a little bit, and a school district that I've talked a lot about, and many of you as parents have been involved in the North Penn School District. This is mostly Montgomery County, about 100,000 residents. And in truth, I have, just full disclosure, I have a lot of relatives who have kids in this very school district or who went to this school district as well. Is Shannon with us? Yeah, Shannon is a local mom. So first of all, congratulations on our championship with the Eagles on the new year. We haven't talked a whole lot, but how are you, Shannon? Great to have you here and joining us this morning.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you. Yes, it was an exciting game yesterday, wasn't it? leading by a lot.
So are you guys, do you guys have school this morning?
Yes, we do. My kids actually had to go to school earlier for something they're involved with, so they were there at 8 o'clock this morning, elementary. Yeah.
So I just wanted to get an update from you because I know there's so much going on, and this, as on a national level, we're talking about education and revamping things, And we had seen each other at that great event with Riley Gaines, actually. So a whole lot has happened since we last saw each other in person, although obviously we've talked.
Yes. So just to give an update to the community and to you, I mean, North Penn, thing that I've been focusing on is the current school board directors and also the investigation into the attack on the Pembroke student that happened last year. North Penn had an investigation done over the summer, and the findings were just released as a summary by the solicitor in November of the end of last year. What I find odd is that it was only released on a Zoom meeting to the Safe Schools Committee. It was never actually brought to an action meeting on the floor in front of all of the school board directors, which I am going to push for them to bring that there because a lot of the community watch and go to those meetings instead of the Safe Schools Committee meeting on Zoom. But what I actually did was I'm part of North Penn United. We're an organization that helps get conservative school board directors elected, and we're hoping to have at least 1 or 2 or 3 on the board this year in this election. But what we did was we submitted, it was myself personally that submitted the request, a right-to-know request asking for the investigation report. We were denied the request, and then we also went ahead and appealed it with the state. So through the appeal process, I didn't think that we were going to win the appeal process because there is something that says if it's a non-criminal investigation that the school board hired an investigator to do, that it does not have to be held to the public. It can be confidential. So the appeal process came back, the Office of Open Records, saying that it is not confidential, meaning it allows but does not require the agency to withhold records. It is the discretion of the school board to release the information. And however, the Office of Open Records does not have the authority to actually make them release the records. So that being said, I did get one documentation, and it's a draft, and I never saw it at an action meeting or anything. They did send me a draft, and the draft says 2 scenarios: students returning from out of placement, district out of placement, which kind of what I'm looking to dive into, because I'm not worried. I don't want to find out anything about the students involved or anything that violates the FERPA, the Family Educational Rights to Privacy. I'm more looking at how did this student get back into the schools, because we have it all the time, out of placement. And I think the district just doesn't want to pay for out of placement, or they don't have the correct out of placement facilities that they can, send some of these violent students to that need either mental health or need discipline more than what we can provide. So this document they sent to me says it's a draft, and it says students returning from out of district placement. It gives 2 scenarios saying like what they should do differently if a kid or a student is brought back to the district from out of district placement. But then it kind of alludes me to the fact that are they admitting then that this was caused by somebody dropped the ball somewhere and their duties of putting this kid back into the school district. So I am diving deeper into that, because that's what I really want to know is like what actions were taken and to bring kids back in from out of district placement. What actions were taken then? And then is this draft actually adopted and voted on?
And Shannon, if I could let me just interject really quick, just because if somebody's just joining us, I just want to just do a refresh and reset real quick here that this was last April. It was like April 19th-ish, and we had a situation where it was in the school cafeteria. The kids had reported that they were concerned that there was a student who was making threats, and they were fearful of this. Then, sure enough, in the lunchroom, a 12-year-old little girl was in the lunchroom, and from behind, a 13-year-old student who was alleged to have fairly recently just been being transferred to the school had approached and this was captured on video, had approached the 12-year-old victim with one of those thick a stainless steel cup, which is very large, and slammed her in the head with it. That resulted in, obviously, she needed the stitches or the staples in her head. It was a horrifying and scary situation. There was a whole controversy about it. I just wanted to give that update. And then, in fact, when the 13-year-old went to court, the 13-year-old was accused, even in the juvenile court, of trying to, or actually lashing out at the law enforcement officers. And so this was a pretty alarming situation for middle school parents and students. So I just wanted to give that refresh just in case somebody's not up to date with, this was a huge story before the end of the school year last year that we were just updating on. So go ahead, Shannon. I
Right.
just want to give that important update.
Yes, thank you. And it is a huge story. And stuff like this does continue to happen every day in our schools. So that's why I'm still advocating for something to change within our schools, within our district. Not just within North Penn, but the findings that were, there was a summary of the findings of this investigation that took all summer that were done at the Safe Schools Committee meeting. And the solicitor even said that, that there was harmful effects of social media, things happening that are outside of school on social media that spill over into school, were his direct words. And as part of the investigation, they found that social media also played a part in this. And recently, in my whole community in North Penn, there has been school board directors that have also then been bullying the community and community members on social media, doing the exact thing of what we're trying to tell our students and kids and children not to do on social media. We have a school board director that's currently ignoring the solicitor's warnings of the dangers of social media and using social media to bully people in the community. He's even made a comment on social media that says, I'm part of a group you don't want to F with, is what he said on a social media post. So if we're trying to teach our kids, and we just passed an anti-bullying policy, and bullying played a part in this within the schools, and they even say that it spills over from things outside of school that happen on social media, spill over to the next day in school. Why are we not leading by example and showing our students what they should be doing and holding our school board officials and elected officials accountable? This director is also a teacher in the Springford Area School District. He's on social media mocking Catholics, mocking people of the community. I want to get to the bottom of it. I actually did email the school board, the other school board directors, asking them if they, condemn this behavior, and is this the way politics are going to go in our local community? You're going to start bullying everybody to push them out, make people, people then don't want to speak up. Yeah, it deters people from speaking up at the meetings. It deters people from coming to the meetings or making a comment on social media because if it's not what they agree with. And the response I got was,
is there? I know that the police were called and they were involved in as far as the assault that happened on the 12-year-old. So are the police ever invited to any of these meetings, and what is their advice? Because I will tell you, police all the time, law enforcement at varying levels tell me that, in fact, social media is absolutely a factor, an incendiary device, if you will, for some of these situations escalating. And that's why in most, especially high schools, I know of, private and public, they are really moving toward, really clamping down on the social media and the phone use for multiple reasons, obviously loss of learning and all of that stuff, but also because of what we're talking about. So have you ever invited law enforcement, or would that be appropriate to just get their actual take on this, because they are trained in some of these areas?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I have to look into that further. I do know that there is some sort of meeting that meets once a month or something that has local law enforcement that attend them. North Penn did crack down, they said, on cell phone use, especially in the middle schools. Yeah. They are sticking to a policy, which I do think that, I'm an advocate for that. I think the cell phone should be put away during the classroom time. Yes. There's so many pictures and videos of everything going on all day long that the kids are so worried about in the class. And yeah, local law enforcement should get involved to start talking about this. But when people of our own elected officials are acting in the same way, right. We're not teaching these kids anything. And these kids actually follow some of these elected officials on social media, on Twitter, or on X, and on Facebook and Instagram. They're seeing it happen. So they're thinking that, if they're doing it, why the heck do I not have to? Why do I have to do it?
Yeah, and part of this, Shannon, I will tell you, is that you'd be surprised. I think it's a lack of policy. And I've seen people on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, who are doing something that somebody doesn't approve of. But there's really, in most of these districts, there's not a policy. And so maybe, in part, the parents need to get together with the school. I know you have some new school. Isn't there a new school board president, I want to say? Are there some new board members?
There's a new school board president. Yep, they just had their reorg, and there's a new school board president. I don't think that the current president, Mrs. Stoll, is running for re-election. Yeah. I did get an email back from the president of the school board. She said that, as a whole, they reviewed the posts made by the school board director, Mr. Fusco, and that it's clear that it was out of his lens of a committed community member, not his lens for our school district. And it's clear that he's passionate and committed to his school district and his students. I mean, I don't care what lens you're looking out of.
Right.
I mean, I'm using this as an example to my kids. If you have to actually bleep out a profanity out of a text or a social media post, then the little red light should go off to my kids, a red flag, and say, I shouldn't be posting this.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at most private workplaces, you know, my workplace, if you know what I mean, like we usually have some kind of policy, we're trained on it, and it's probably a good idea, especially in a litigious society, if for no other reason, then maybe board members have to go through a little training, you know, things like that is not a bad idea so that you can kind of rein in all different people that, like what you're saying, to not try to solve problems or do things on social media. I wanted your take on a national level, as far as the word that in the past administration, we now know through all of the research and the studies that earmarked for things like DEI, $1 billion with a B, $1 billion that we know of that was dedicated toward that. And then it goes all the way K through 12 and yes, higher ed, we've seen it. But what's your reaction to that? Are you surprised by it? And Shannon, we've had private conversations about it as well, but just the idea of what's happening, indoctrination in the classroom, and just so many different levels of this, and what your feeling is as far as getting rid of this and going more toward local control or state control rather than these federal programs that have already implemented over the past 4 years, all of this DEI programming that they've infused into the schools, into the classroom.
Yeah. So, I mean, just like you said about policy for the elected school board directors, I would assume there should also be a policy on the individual teachers and what they're allowed to talk about in the classrooms. We've spent so much time, in at least my district, on this DEI, the diversity, equity, inclusion, the DEI stuff, that I feel like other things have gone to the wayside. During when the students have half days and there's an in-service day for teachers and we talk about this DEI, I mean, our kids are still not proficient in reading and writing and math. Where is the focus on, you know, all the threats and intimidation and how to handle threatening situations or how to handle the kids that can't read and bring them up to speed and implement new things like that? We're so focused on, I mean, I don't know if you watched the news, but there was just also an aide that was arrested for choking a child on the bus.
Yes.
I mean, as far as the hiring and the merit part of things, I mean, like we should be hiring based on merit. I don't think that we should have, I mean, I don't know who does the hiring, is that the school board directors are involved or just it's HR or how their hiring process works. But we've had a couple different aides and different things hired because we need help in our district.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they were hired correctly. We do hire based on merit. And I think the DEI, if they want to focus a little bit on inclusion, I mean, do I feel included in our school district right now? Do my kids? I mean, everybody feels like they're not included in some ways. It should be a focus on everyone, not just certain individuals.
How are the kids doing with, you know, in the wake of all of this? And what's the reaction? Because now, you know, and so many parents, and as you know, Shannon, there were parents who didn't want to be identified, but they're thrilled now to see that, you know, we have the order restored, if you will, and girls and women are protected in sports. There were many who showed up for that Riley Gaines meeting. What's your reaction to all of that? And is there a reaction or a sense of relief from parents as well as female athletes and students?
I mean, I think there is a little bit of relief from female athletes and students. As you can see, I mean, there has been different things posted. North Penn, though, has doubled down that they're not going to change their policy. So within North Penn, I don't know what's going to happen. They were so quick to adopt the Title IX changes when they first came out through Biden, but they're not so quick now to make any changes. There's a school board meeting coming up, I believe, next week on the 20th. It's a Thursday, hoping that they're going to discuss that in some form or capacity. But, I mean, in the schools, the whole all of the politics in the schools, I mean, my children know which teachers are Democrat, Republican, which teachers don't care about things. I mean, that shouldn't be happening in our schools. They're there to teach them, I mean, the basics. When we're behind and not proficient in reading, and we're behind and not proficient in math in almost all of our schools, that's where the focus should be. I mean, I do talk about politics outside of work and outside of different things, but when it comes to teaching the students in the school district, and even on the local level. I mean, things that happen in our local community are not always affected by national things. Like our local community, our kids going to school, it should be based on hiring and voting for elected officials based on their merit as well.
Yeah. Yeah, which brings up then school choice. And I think that's why school choice and all of that is another way that a lot of this DEI stuff will be exposed. Because I think right now, I just think that people don't realize, and I'm speaking about progressives, I think a lot of progressives don't realize how deep an issue this is. For parents, by the way, who are Democrats and Republicans, they just want to get the politics and the agenda stuff out of the schools and just have the kids learn and be empowered. You know what I mean? I just think there's so many parents of all different political persuasions who hate all this politicization of it.
Yes. And I really urge people to get involved and at least I feel like our district knows we have eyes and ears on everything. I get emails all the time from different people that are afraid to send in information to the school board directly. So they email us at our npennunited@gmail.com email. They can email us there. They can go on our Facebook page. We have an X page now and Instagram. But we do have to get people involved. I mean, the school district promised all these parents that were outraged last year, promised that they would release the investigation report. The superintendent promised the community, we're going to do an investigation, we're going to release the report, and then they shove it under the rug. Like, no one's talking about it anymore. The report just got done, and I mean, no one wants to talk about it. They just want to push it aside. They haven't even brought it to an action meeting. I mean, and they're just moving on with their political agenda, I feel, within our district. And it is an election year. Unfortunately, I feel like it's going to be a messy election year because they're just, some people are just bullies and they don't care who they hurt or what they say. I mean, when is enough enough? I mean, we say hate has no home here. Everybody says that. You hear that all over the place.
Here we go again.
To bully each other. Yeah.
Well, listen, Shannon, I thank you so much. I think about my sons went to this little, grade school run by the, K through 8, the Sisters of St. Joseph, and it was a magical time of life. It really was a magical place. And I'm so sorry that you have this stress. I can even hear it in your voice when we talk. And it shouldn't be like that. These are such precious times that parents, you sign up as a volunteer, get your clearances, you can volunteer as a lunch mom, that sort of thing. I'm sorry that parents like you you just love your kids and you want to protect them, that you have to deal with all of this. It's wrong.
Yes. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Shannon. Really appreciate it. And that's why I think school choice that Governor Shapiro had promised is such a huge issue for people, because you shouldn't have to deal with all of this, even though, yes, parents are going in there and they're fighting for transparency. You shouldn't have to. And we're all so busy, and we all want to just cherish these years when your kids are, K through 8 especially, but also high school. And so it makes me sad. But that's the other piece of this, that there are people who are so politicized and have such an agenda that they don't really care about any of that because they have a higher, I might say a lower, but it's a different agenda than most people. And so they deserve to be called out. 855-839-1210. I know I'm way over. Got to take a quick break.
Weather sponsored by Wawa. Get Wawa Rewards' biggest deal of the year before it's gone. Redeem bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, and $3 Monster Energy every day as many times as you want, now through February 16th.
The weather pattern will be active this week, but today will remain on the quiet side. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature a bit below average at 41. A cold night tonight, partly cloudy, low 26. And the next storm system moves in for Tuesday. It'll be mostly cloudy with snow developing late in the afternoon with a high 36.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Celebrating our championship of our Philadelphia Eagles, learning about the parade details. Friday, Valentine's Day, quite fitting. Some rowdy fans last night. They're probably sleeping it off this morning. But so much happening. And, you know, the Trump administration not wasting a moment. They were working over the weekend and in court this morning as the Department of Government Efficiency is fighting to make transparent all of these billions of dollars that have been spent without apparently the knowledge of congressional members, of any of us. So much to talk about. Good morning. Let's get to Kathy in Doylestown. I know you wanted to talk about this issue of, I know there will be more court proceedings this afternoon after lunchtime as we learn about the 65,000 federal employees, Kathy, who signed up to have 8 months full pay and that they signed up to leave the federal government. But what did you want to share with us today, Kathy?
I just want to let you know, I think most of the jobs that are on the chopping block are going to be anyone who's been there for 2 years or less. And I have two family members. One's a brilliant PhD at NASA, because they're under the chopping block too, and also another one who's a brilliant tax accountant with the CPA at the IRS. And they're very contributing. They go into the office every day. They're very smart, brilliant people, and they have no idea if they're going to lose their job. And they're in their late 20s, and they're obviously not going to sign up for to take the buyout. So and I'm also a corporate CPA also, and we are outsourcing all of our work, treasury work, corporate accounting work, tax work, out to India. So a lot of these people who are going to lose their job with the federal government, who are very bright, brilliant people, may not be able to get a job because you don't believe how many jobs are being outsourced to India. And I think that needs to be addressed also.
Yeah, and I would say to you absolutely that, it was my understanding that they were saying that much like, for example, today, Meta decided today that they are laying off 5% of their workforce, which is about 4,000 people worldwide. And so my understanding was it was because of bloated government that they wanted to offer buyouts to people who want to leave, offer a generous package. And in the private sector, people do this all the time. But yeah, I personally would be upset if I found out that they were taking away American jobs and then outsourcing them to other countries, because that's not what they've said.
Right. Oh, I don't know about the federal government, but I'm just saying, you do have quite a bit of brilliant people who, it always seems like they're talking about these federal workers that they're very stupid people that they just got off the street somewhere. But, you're talking about some very, very talented individuals who have the opportunity of losing their job, and they're young and they don't want to take the buyout. And if you're going to go into the private sector, you may have a very hard time then trying to get a job because there's so much outsourcing going on, Well, so that's what I wanted to say.
No, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. Just so you know, I've never said that or thought that at all. I have family members as well. I would say that I really inferred that what they're doing is something that happens in the private sector all the time, which would be not your relatives or friends. It would be people who might be thinking about retiring, in a couple of years anyway. And so to have a buyout and kind of have this window of time where they can enjoy the spring, the summer, a good chunk of the fall, and figure out their next steps and their journey. That's how I pictured it. So I hope that we're not.
Who have basically been there for 2 years or less. I think they're trying to get the older people. That's a good opportunity for the older people who are considering retiring. But for someone who's been there for less than 2 years, no, they're all affected. They're all, and I think they need to make the Trump, because we're avid Trump supporters. So this is a little disappointing, that it seems like he's just going to do one fell swoop without looking at each individual case. That's where the, where it becomes very disconcerting.
And I wonder if that's what Vivek Ramaswamy. Remember, Vivek, they allegedly had some kind of a difference of opinion. You wonder if that was Vivek did. Because Vivek has run his company, right? And so he's somebody who knows what that's. So, I wonder if that's a piece of what you're saying. And I hope to God they're just transparent about it. But Kathy, I really appreciate because that's important input. And I just want it all to be transparent, every single piece of it. All right, I know we have to take a break, Dan. 855-839-1210. Quick break. We do have some local news with regard to the parade, so we'll get to all of it on the other side.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Meet Nick Cale and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only
8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Live and local. Dawn Stensland, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, and Jimmy Kelly, our engineer. We are getting the numbers. It looks like 47 arrests so far made during Super Bowl celebrations in and around Philadelphia. That's unfortunate, but they were burning things, tearing down light poles. I don't know why they tore down the light poles, and because I thought, they're taking souvenirs, but no, they were destroying some of the light poles. Like, why? Well, I mean, why would you take it down in the first place, I guess? Why am I trying to apply logic? But, some unfortunate destructive pieces of the celebration last night. More than they estimated the crowd at one point. I know they said 100,000+ people were celebrating across the city, maybe even as much as 150,000. Obviously, the typical places, Broad Street, wall to wall, with people celebrating, kind of a sea of green. And then 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, was that a city text? Because I see that they said the city sent out a text alert citywide that said at 3:15 a.m., ordering the crowds, party's over, everybody disperse.
Go home.
I know. I always look for reports of any officers injured or that kind of report. I don't see any severe type injuries, but there were at least 6 arrests that I saw for people arrested accused of assaulting law enforcement. And so we do have some, unfortunately, aggravated assault arrests, some misdemeanor stuff, but there were some endangerment. I will say this, for a major city with a Super Bowl celebration, there's nothing that's out of line. I will say if you compare over the years with different, celebrations of this magnitude. So I hope that those officers, 6 different officers, are okay. And that's, something that goes underreported, that it's dangerous work for law enforcement in these crowds. You got drunk people and whatnot. So, oh my goodness. And they have 4 arrests for vandalizing the sanitation department trucks.
Come on.
Shame.
Also, City of Philadelphia officially confirms, Dawn, Friday, February 14th, the Eagles celebration. They say together with the Eagles, we will reveal more details soon, but they did and can confirm that it will be Friday, February 14th.
Nice. So that'll mean that all the city offices will be shut down, I think, if they do what they did last time around. And it'll be so much fun.
I'm usually against that, but I mean, how can these workers get into it?
I know.
Well, everything's hybrid now, so why shut down? You know what?
I don't know.
They want to complain about coming into work, then
That's
what? Work from home on parade day.
On parade day? That's true. It's so much fun. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't believe it. Are you a little bit today? Are you a little bit like we're the champions?
Yeah.
Because I was nervous. And I do have to give credit, like I said, to Senator Dave McCormick, as I am a little worried about that avian bird flu. I know that they're all dealing with it and trying to figure it out, but you saw in New York City, I reported this earlier this morning, that they shut down all the live markets. First of all, did you know there were live chicken markets?
Idea. No, where?
And what does that remind you of? The wet markets.
Wuhan?
Doesn't it remind you of that a little bit?
A little bit. Do they sell bats here in America?
No, I guess it would be a dry market or a winged market. I don't know. But in New York, I guess they have these chicken markets.
Huh.
So that no live chickens. They shut it all down because of the avian bird flu.
They have fish markets here in Philadelphia, but nothing. No live
Well, the
chickens
fish
that I can
can't
think
catch. Can the fish catch the avian bird
Chicken
flu?
market, Philadelphia. Let's see if we have one over here.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
I just keep thinking, oh God, here we go.
Oh, you know what?
What?
Oh.
Don't even say it.
1120 Spring Garden Street, Q&Q Live Poultry Market.
Shh. You shouldn't even say that because before we know it, before the end of the day, we're shutting down the chicken markets.
And like they have legitimate live chickens there. Oh.
Here's the thing. The only thing I'm going to say about it, common sense. When you buy raw chicken, any kind of meat, what does it say? Turkey. It says you have to cook this to whatever degrees, right?
Your chicken says turkey when you buy it? I think you're just
your
buying
chicken,
turkey.
your turkey.
Oh, your chicken or your turkey.
Your chicken or your turkey or your beef or your ham. It says you must cook this to an internal temperature of fill in the blank. So why don't they just with eggs, you know what I'm saying? Just say cook this, to whatever degree, cook it for 12 minutes over the stove or whatever.
Is it just, it's so risky
Fully
because
cooked.
it's used in so many different,
I think they're just worried raw cookie dough or things of that nature.
Yeah, if it's like raw cookie dough or if you're making brownies
Yeah.
and you're eating the brownie batter.
So just don't eat the batter.
Or if you're Rocky Balboa and you're drinking a raw egg in the morning.
But they don't, in other words, they don't do this with any other entity. They don't say, well, we're not going to sell beef or we're not going to sell turkeys. We're not going to sell whatever, fill in the blank meat because people are not cooking it to the proper temperature, right? Because bad things could happen. They don't do that, except now with the eggs. Why is that? That's my question. I don't have the answer. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing that
My
out.
only notion would be is it possible that yolk, no matter what temperature, if it's runny, then it can contain the, I don't know, I'm no doc, but.
Hard yolks.
Yeah? Go for the
Somewhere
hard
in here, there's a good joke that Jimmy Fallon will have. No, but I'm actually serious. What if they just still had the chickens and the eggs, but they said cook it thoroughly, just like we cook everything else thoroughly.
That makes sense. How worried are you of an incoming, pandemic here?
I'm more worried. I'm just more worried as what's happening is that you have Doge looking into all of this, and you have Democrats in the courts. If they lose in the courts, what do they pivot to? We know what they did in the past, right? Here in Pennsylvania, what did Governor Tom Wolf do? He wanted to shut everything down. They wanted to shut the kids out of the schools. So that's what, to be honest, that's where they go when they don't have any place else to maneuver. They'll try everything else. So that, I'm just being honest. That's my fear. So hopefully they shut that down.
Steve in Haddon Township has a thought that runs counter to our last caller, Dawn. Steve, real quick.
Real quick.
Just real quick. So I've been mostly self-employed my whole life. I have an art business and a picture framing business, and I've been paying my taxes and my health insurance. Nobody's ever helped me. Why should I care about these people that may or may not be able to find jobs in their chosen field if they're fired from government? I mean, it's basically survival of the fittest for all of us in capitalism. And the government employees have essentially lived in a bubble. I was listening to this woman say, these kids are 29 years old. They might not be able to get accounting jobs. Okay, go work at Panda Express. I mean, the assistant managers make $70,000 there.
Yeah, I'm just trying, and I thank you, Steve. I thank you for the call. I've got to get to Dom in just a second. Here's the deal: that with President Donald J. Trump, as he is revolutionizing government efficiency, that's what's happening here. It's pushing the reset button. And as far as Elon Musk working under him, and then the Treasury Department following the money, right? Looking at where is all the money going? Much like you and I, like my husband and I, we sit at the kitchen table, we look at the budget, and that's what they're doing. What I infer, and a lot of this has to do with government unions, and I have been a member of a union for many, many years. Usually what a union will do, or a company will work with the union, try to offer very generous buyouts to those veteran employees, right? So that the younger, newer employees actually can stay there, right? So then it's a win-win. That's what I see them doing. We got to go to Dom Giordano now. Dom, so much happening, but What a happy day for us. Eagles!
All right, Ray Dininger here to continue that,
Nice.
Dawn. And then a guy writing in USA Today, DJ just sent this to me, says this is the last Super Bowl. You know that Trump is going to make it the Trump Bowl next year.
Woo!
There we go.
Trump Bowl. Dom shows right now.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom countertops, backsplashes to solutions, and best in just a few days. Kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just that kind of preparation is good for your finances. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for detailed information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims/Joy. There, a medical provider licensed in your state determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 90% less than the brand names. Millions of experience ED. But Hims can help. Start your free online visit and save up 95%. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, PHTHD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes! It's Dom time. Welcome in. And the beauty of talk radio versus, other spoken news, the sports thing. We can do two things at once. So absolutely. Your observation, your feelings. What does it mean to you after seeing the demolishing game we saw yesterday? Mostly cheered. There were some cheers, and Taylor Swift being booed. Were those Eagles fans booing her? A little bit difficult to tell. Is there a vibe change? The first says yes. When you look at the tab things, USA Today begs to differ. A columnist, DJ, said you got to get him on. I just think it'd be like 5 minutes, a hand-to-hand combat of hollering. He says the Trump regime, the Eagles, will go down in history as the last winner of the big game, the Super Bowl. I'll put in quotes. Because next year will be the Trump MAGA Elon Musk Bowl.
Don't give us great ideas, man.
Yes, because, Trump can't stand anything that's not about him. My only gripe over the weekend, you knew this was coming. He's up on the penny. I'm hoarding the pennies at home. Are the pennies going to be worth more? Now what do we have to get rid of the penny for? And by the way, when it comes to $9.99 or, 10.01 or something, who is it that's going to say I'm not collecting a penny? Is it going to be the company or is it going to be the consumer? So if we get rid of the penny, I'm not paying that penny. What are we going to round up? More rounding up here? The nickel cost a lot more to produce the nickel. Maybe we'll look, I like the impulse to cut spending, certainly. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. The comparison of Trump at the Super Bowl versus Taylor Swift was enormous. And we'll go through the commercials. There was one that I thought was very good, even though it was for Pfizer. we'll hear your favorite when you call in. Of course, we have the side question. Serena Williams, seeing her on stage last night at the halftime show. I don't know enough. I know the vague plot of this, but is this really broad entertainment for America? I mean, could Jay-Z prove that, or does the NFL go, hey, whatever he wants, that's what we're going to do? I know the plot with Drake. He's from Canada. I know the allegations. I know all that. But Serena Williams was one of the dancers. And Nike had an ad claiming that women can't win, so just go win. You can't win, meaning sexism. Really, Nike? The plot, the transgender, the men and women's sports, you wouldn't dare do a commercial on that. But I was thinking of Serena Williams there. For some reason, I forget exactly. I don't want to go into the weeds, was a dancer. Pretty big name dancer. And I just think of every time I see her, just one syllable on men and women's sports. They can't cancel you. You're one of the few uncancelable people. Yeah, somebody might do something, say something. There would be a backlash against them. I just can't imagine anything happening there. All right, so get in early. How are you feeling after yesterday? Steve Keeley put up on Twitter. I mean, look, it's one thing up on the polls. We'll get into that. But the tearing down of traffic lights, et cetera, I blame the police. Well, what do you mean? The police didn't do that. Well, they let people stand on top of a laundry truck, set the towels on fire, be on top of the bus stops, then start to go up on the poles, but then knock down and be carrying through the streets traffic lights. And I blame them because they should have just moved in instantly. Now, this is excessive. I know this guy too, Dan. I don't know. You probably have never run into him. Nice enough guy, big-time broadcaster. In fact, our buddy, I was thinking of calling Mike Opelka to get his view. Chris Plant, who's nationally syndicated, mainly out of Washington, he says that Eagles fans are the Palestinians of the NFL. And he has a picture of them, causing mayhem last night over that, from the fires, etc. So, some people, well, what does he mean by the Palestinians? Not good. That's what he means. He means the rioting. He means the chaos in Israel. Now, look, that's an overreaction. I mean, were there 50,000, 75,000? Who knows? I haven't seen a crowd size. I think the police were too busy. There were a lot of people. And they're not rioting in that sense. But there are significant numbers who will go wild during that, maybe 100, 200, something like that. And if you're the police, we'd like to get the police commissioner on again. You let people have a good time, celebrate, but then you should move in on people. I mean, you don't see knocking over traffic lights. That's kind of strange, don't you think? They had to arrest them on the spot. The people doing the same thing, jumping on top of ambulances, police vehicles, and others. That's what you got to do. Most of the crowd, I don't know what percentage in the 90s, maybe 98%, maybe 99%, are not doing that. It's a little bit rowdy. They're not engaged in that. It's stuff that you would expect. But the Palestinians of the NFL, come on, Chris Plant. That's a little bit way over the top. Now, while all this was happening, I want to play you a couple cuts. I was flipping a coin because I got the onesie pajama boy, Chris Hayes, who is beyond whimpery on national TV about his brand new strategy, what Democrats ought to be saying. But first, Chris Coons, who is fraudulent. Come on, Chris. Used to come on when we were at the old station talking about religion, talking about all getting together. Listen to Chris Coons, the pride of Delaware and the Bidens, yesterday on national TV defend spending $20 million of that U.S. aid money on Iraqi TV, Sesame Street. Here's what he said.
Is funding Sesame Street a judicious use of soft power?
Well, Michael, the way you put it is the way I hope folks considering your poll today will think about it. This isn't just funding a kid show for children, millions of children in countries like Iraq. It's a show that helps teach values, helps teach public health, helps prevent kids from dying from dysentery and disease, and helps push values like collaboration, peacefulness, cooperation in a society where the alternative is ISIS, extremism, and terrorism. And to your point, it's pennies on the dollar. The U.S. Department of Defense has an annual budget.
Wait a minute, there's no
of about
pennies.
Hey,
Sorry about
that anymore?
Yeah, you can't say that, Chris. Come on, truth and advertising.
Strike the record.
Pennies. Strike the record there. We're not making pennies anymore. Continue.
The U.S. Department of Defense has an annual budget of about $850 billion. USAID was spending about $30 billion. It is a small proportion of our total federal spending, and as Joe Nye would often say, it's not just soft power, it's smart power. Let me leave you with one other quote, Michael, if I could. Jim Mattis, who is a 4-star Marine Corps general and Trump's Secretary of Defense in his first term, in a hearing back then said, if you slash development and aid spending, then I'm going to need more bullets for our troops.
All right, let me go back to something. This is a typical trick, and I'm going to play you Sean Duffy. I've been saving it for this moment. And what I hope appears to be where Elon Musk is going to go and where the Trump administration is going to go. That military budget, $850 billion, is bloated, wasteful. Just finishing my column last night, I went back, and yes, that's where they had the $640 toilet seat, the $37 screws. Each screw was $37. I forget, the third one will come to me here in a moment. So if they follow through consistently and they're going after that bloated military budget, I bet you could cut $200 billion out of there, maybe $250, maybe $300. That's what I'd like to see. You won't be able to use that anymore. Then what are you going to say, Chris Coons? Well, we're only wasting $20 million out of here because they're wasting this money in the military budget. Well, I think what Trump has brought to the Republican Party, we're going to go after the military budget too. Now we'll see if they do, and I'll tell you consistently if they do or they don't. Here's Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary, saying something along the same lines that I've been saying about the military budget, things like that. Cut 8.
Donald Trump said Doge is going to go take a look at the Pentagon. I think you have generals that are using these helicopters as their own personal Ubers. Get out of the helicopter, get in a damn Suburban, and take the road. You don't need to take these helicopters. And by the way, you'll also save us money. But they're not your personal transport. It's not national security for these guys taking these helicopters. They can drive in a car.
Thank you for saying that.
All right. So, I mean, look, a lot of things you can be critical of Trump of. One of them is not unending wars. We're getting out of that. Republican Party isn't just going to salute the military that they're always right. So to Chris Coons, $850 million? Okay. I just said I bet a quarter of that is probably waste, fraud, abuse, nonsense that you will not believe. I would have, look, I realize to get the attention, the two easy pickings are the Department of Education and USAID. I hope they go after the military next. And we're going to see stuff in there. The average American is going to say, no, we support the military, but we're not supporting this stuff. And Duffy's point, these generals don't need to be taking helicopters. It's a safety risk. It's costly. Get in a Suburban. Get in a Ford Focus. Get in whatever drive yourself, by the way, General. People that don't drive themselves, that's one of the ways to really be out of touch. I can't imagine being driven around. My skin crawls at the thought of it. I just can't stand
let Roe
it.
drive your car.
Yeah, I mean, no, Roe knows, not even to ask. I mean, I could be completely.
All right, well, if you're going on a 10-hour trip, you got to let her drive at least like a little bit.
No,
right?
She doesn't want to drive any of that.
Oh, yes, she does.
No, she doesn't.
I think
if
she
she's
does.
listening right now, she'll text you and say she doesn't want to drive any of that. She'll offer in a vague sense, but I'll say, no, that's okay. The first thing she'll do is she'll get tired.
She does the false offer.
She sticks her head out the window to get air to blow in her face because she's tired already. When it's a trip like that, she's been sitting there. So
wait, she's
tired.
driving and hanging her face out the window?
Yes, she puts her face out the window because they want to get the air to wake her up. Yes, of course. So remember that. If we go on a 10-hour trip, I'd rather drive. I just feel more comfortable doing that.
If I'm in the back seat, man, I don't know if I want the guy who drives with 2 feet or the woman who hangs her head out the window.
There you go. Don't drive with us. All right, let me give you the side question. It's a simple one coming off yet. By the way, That side question on Friday, that's some of the best fun I've had. The guy that won with the plastic all over the slip covers and everything else, Rose said she knew. But when we told that there was a velvet rope around the couch, that was the thing to put it over the top. You just can't top that. All right, so today we're looking for the most memorable commercial of all time, coming off the sport of the Super Bowl. Now, it's all in the telling. You know, you could say it's memorable because it was so bad, or it was so good for the product, or it was just great. You may not even remember the product. The one that jumped out at me first is a PSA, but it's a commercial too. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. You know, and they take the egg. I don't think they'd use eggs now. They'd have to use something else and throw it into the pan. That is it's been deemed one of the most effective ads ever. The other one is the Apple 1984 ad. Beautiful, athletic woman coming in with these zombies looking at the screen like 1984 and throws, it looks like a hammer throw. The screen explodes and there's just a little thing for Apple underneath. That's often seen as the most memorable ad, particularly given everything. Dan, how about yours?
Yeah, Dom, I'll take one that really spanned culture, became a meme before the internet was as big as it is now, and it was actually had an appearance in Scary Movie at one point with the character from Scream uttering it. But from Budweiser, Dom, how about
What's up?
Is there a phase of Dom Giordano's life where you were going around saying to people, "What's up?"
No, I thought it was clever, but it was like the Macarena. After about a month, it went on forever. They put different versions of it in. I'll give them credit. They freshened it up. They didn't just keep on doing the same thing. So, yeah, that was a great ad series.
So dumb looking back on it.
Yeah, but it was incredibly well done.
And one other note, I have Country Roads going behind us.
Yes.
Take Me Home Country. Did you see that moment in the game last night where they expected everyone to be singing it together and said, "This moment of unity brought to you by X"? And it seemed like nobody in the crowd
singing it. No.
Pretty cringeworthy.
Oh, God. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I think about this commercial series from time to time. I think it debuted, I want to say, in Super Bowl 43 between the Steelers and the Cardinals. And that would be the "You're not you when you're hungry."
Oh, yeah.
Mike, come on!
Mike, what is your deal, man?
Oh, come on, man. You've been riding me all day.
Mike, you're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said. Baby!
Very effective ad. I think it's been around for quite a bit.
And they've used the slogan, I think, since then.
Yeah,
absolutely. So
absolutely.
they launched that. I think it's been their kind of linchpin in what they've been doing marketing-wise, and it's spawned some other ones because Abe Vigoda's at the end of that commercial. He goes, "That hurt." And then there's another one with Richard Lewis and Roseanne Barr, and I think that one's just as hilarious as well.
Yeah, that very good. That one has stayed relatively fresh. Not like the What's Up thing that was great, but then, all over the place.
Played out.
All right. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. You can hit us with that. Anything else that I've said so far. We got a lot today. And I'll play you, coming up at some point here, Chris Hayes. Over the weekend, breaking the code. He was on with Bill Maher. And he's telling Maher, here's the ticket. Here's what is the issue. And he actually thinks Democrats should be able to win on the trans issue. Even the surgeries on 8- and 9-year-old kids. This guy's a genius. Wow. I'll play that for you coming up. Ray Dininger here at 12:30 to break everything down. Thought it would be a close game. He did too on Friday. This was just uncompetitive would be the word. It wasn't any one moment even. Just the entire thing from fairly early in the game was just flat out uncompetitive. 855-839-1210.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. Good Monday. Any moment from yesterday you'd like to get into? Ray Didinger here at 12:30, but you can always get in, 855-839-1210. Now, Chris Hayes, genius that he is. Democrats on the ropes. We played you, and we might show it again today on YouTube. That guy that was the security guard standing with them all weekend long, millions of views, as they were ineffectual in getting inside the education department. Here's Hayes, though, MSNBC, the 8 o'clock host.
Did you see his glasses?
Yes. On with Bill Maher.
They're different.
And he knows the way to push back not only on the overall Trumpism out there, but the pushback on this 80-20 issue. 80% of Americans or more agree you're not going to have men in women's sports. Stop the operating on 8 to 9 and 10-year-old kids. Listen to Hayes.
But I also think at the same time, there is a message of what I would call like common sense, patriotic pluralism.
What?
That is a majority message, which is like, if some father and mother have health care for their kid lined up who's trans, just stay the fuck out of their business. Like, and
let's stop it right there.
Let them make.
All right, you get to say on the Mars show a profanity after that. Okay, does that make it cool? Or haven't we been through this before, even with Chris Christie? If some adults, Chris Hayes, decide they're going to let their kid do, and you could put in any number of behaviors that society says, no, even as a parent, that's not going to happen. we're not going to aid and abet this. And this is a medical thing where doctors have to be licensed. You really think you're going to win on that? All we're for here is parental rights. What did he call it? Patriotic, common sense with this guy. Common sense, patriotic pluralism. Imagine saying that to Trump people. Get out of here.
Common sense, patriotic pluralism.
Bill Maher, I'm surprised hasn't by this point gone, get out of here. All right, here's a little more.
Stay the out of their business. Let them make that decision. That's their decision to make. And you don't have to make that for your family. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your family.
But the argument is whether the child should make the decision.
But the child is never making the decision. The parents are always making the decision. Parents consent to medical care.
Well, here in California, you're allowed to hide it from the parents if the kid is.
Yes.
Thank you, one person who knows that.
But I mean,
somebody knows that is the case.
I think in the vast majority, and we've been hearing from parents right now whose kids' medical care has been interrupted. I think there's a way to talk about.
Well, of course, they would say it's not medical care. They would say it's
what they're saying.
Disfiguring a child.
I think they should mind their own business. I really do. I think they should mind their own business. And I think that's true about a lot of things. I think there is this sense in which there was this sort of backlash politics, some of which I understood, some of which people I know felt that way. I don't think what people wanted was for the women CIA agents at the CIA to be told that they can't get together once a month to celebrate former women spies. I just don't. I think fundamental parts of what we call in this country the traditions of pluralism, which is what this country is. And pluralism is another word for diversity. If we're not going to use that one, let's use pluralism. That fundamentally there's a majority that understands that we all come from different places. Yeah. And part of what makes this country work is we acknowledge and we negotiate those differences. And that's a thing that I think Democrats can win back a majority of messages.
Okay, buddy, it's not diversity. No, it's not diversity. It's the word setting people off. We know exactly. Don't avoid the word. Come on, Bill Maher, step up here. It's equity. And we know what equity means. Equity. Put that first. It's not the D in DEI. It's the E in DEI. That means equal outcomes. That's exactly what it means. Doesn't mean equality. It means equal outcomes. It's equity. Diversity is fine. If it's organic, we have diversity. It's a diverse country. We all get that. It's not diversity. It's not even inclusion, except when inclusion is changed from its real meaning to say, well, we're including gender fluid males to beat up on females in sports. That's inclusion. No, it's equity. It's equity all the time. And the reason why we have, and Bill Maher usually talks about this, I'm surprised. He started to touch on it there. The kid is the one driving this because the kid will threaten suicide, or some psychiatrist will say that. The parents are being bludgeoned. Well, why don't we just start out with puberty blockers then? Even though basically you can't go back from that either. Unrelenting pressure from all kinds of, Mars talked about that. So it's not the parents saying, yes, this is the best thing. It's they're being bludgeoned into it, and the kid wants to do it, and they're told they're afraid the kid will have bad outcomes, harm themselves. That's what we're dealing with. On top of which, we don't allow parents to say, yeah, I'm fine if my kid smokes a cigar and he's 8. I'm fine if my kid wants to get high and he's 8. We intervene on that. They're bastardizing parental rights here. And common sense, patriotic pluralism, people are going to try that, buddy. Let's try that versus MAGA.
Common sense, patriotic pluralism.
Even the voice toward the end, Dan, his voice has gone up a little bit.
Questioning
patriotic pluralism, Bill?
Patriotic pluralism.
Let's try that, Democrats. Let's march to that tune. Let's see where this goes. You know, it's going to be difficult for Democrats because they cannot get away from their base of beating back on Trump and saying he's gone too far in this, that, and the other, because they're extreme. The party's been captured by this. And the trans issue, Kamala Harris, during the campaign, how many things did she give up on that are articles of faith for progressives, like fracking, anti-fracking? She gave up on that. Why couldn't she give up on the other? Because she's not allowed to. They're going to fight that battle forever. Good. Keep it going. The longer that goes on, the more the party will be seen as the face of this. Common sense, patriotic pluralism. Let's see where that goes. It's too long. It's the word pluralism. People are going to be, well, vaguely, what is he talking about here? All right, it's just not something that's going to work. All right, Ray Didinger is in the on-deck circle. Then we'll take your calls. It's all in the telling today. Hit us with that all-time memorable commercial. And Pfizer, that kid was really appealing last night. The kid that had beaten cancer, and he's walking around with boxing gloves, doing the alley shuffle, et cetera. And then at the end, you go, Pfizer. Oh, God. Oh, put Travis Kelce, tag him back in. Boy, Travis Kelce looked pretty beaten up in general terms. And if he continues, the kind of surprised after last night. 855-839-1210. Time to celebrate American Heart Month. Rescue natural supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products are premium omega-3 fish oils or buy one, get one free. Exclusively for radio listeners, just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you're buying one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s to receive a second bottle free. Again, use that code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The weather pattern will be active this week, but today will remain on the quiet side. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature a bit below average at 41. A cold night tonight, partly cloudy, low 26. And the next storm system moves in for Tuesday. It'll be mostly cloudy with snow developing late in the afternoon with a high 36.
The full Honda lineup is available today at your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Get financing as low as 0% for up to 72 months on select models. Online at piazzahonda.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And it's 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs. Facing the staunchest defense of the season. Back goes Mahomes. He's rushing. He's looking. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. Running with the football to the 25. Down the far side is DeGene. And DeGene is in for a touchdown.
Happy birthday, Cooper DeGene.
Cooper DeGene with a pick for a touchdown.
All right, Dom Giordano
Pick
show.
6 in the Super Bowl on your birthday. Happy birthday, kid.
All right, let's go to Ray Dininger here to get his sense of what the heck happened last night that was stunning. Hey, Ray, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Dom. How are you?
Good, good. So when we talked on Friday, I had a sense that the Eagles had a reasonably good chance, maybe 50-50 to beat the Chiefs. But this looked to be non-competitive to me right from the beginning. Is Kansas City's defensive line just physically smaller or something, Ray, that their offensive line, that they were overwhelmed by the Eagles' defensive line?
I don't know if it's a matter of size. It's a matter of speed.
Okay.
The Eagles were just much faster than them up front. And, the Chiefs had some issues with that all year. They had, Mahomes was sacked 36 times during the season. And that's a guy who's actually pretty mobile. So, I mean, if he got sacked 36 times, it's an indication that their pass protection was pretty leaky through a good portion of the year. Now, Mahomes is such a wizard back there that he's able to survive and still make plays with that. But, if you look back on the Super Bowls that they've played in, the one that they lost prior to this was the one they lost to Tampa Bay a couple years ago, and that was where they lost it. Was Mahomes was on the run in that whole game. He got sacked 5 times. He was hit like 12 times, and I'd say set a Super Bowl record with what were recorded as 29 quarterback hurries in that game. Tampa Bay just overwhelmed them at the line of scrimmage, and that's pretty much the formula that the Eagles used yesterday. You never saw. It's very rare to see Mahomes that at a loss on the field where he just doesn't know where to go. He can't find a receiver. And the combination of a tremendous pass rush, a relentless pass rush, and really good coverage on the back end where he couldn't find easy receivers. The Eagles did a great job of taking Kelsey away from him. Just took that whole Kansas City offense and just broke it apart.
Ray, did it seem, though, there was no turning point? There's always things that happen that are inflection points. But with this, it looked to be pretty clear that, I wouldn't say flat, but they were just overwhelmed. There didn't seem to be anything they could do that they even tried to do. I'm talking about on offense.
Well, they tried, but nothing worked. And, you kept feeling early in the game, when they were 3 and out and couldn't make a play, literally couldn't make a first down, the feeling was, they're the Chiefs. They'll get this figured out.
Right.
In every Super Bowl that Mahomes has won, he's been trailing going into the fourth quarter. And so we've seen this team come from behind and win these games before. I mean, we saw it 2 years ago with the Eagles. The Eagles were up 10 points at halftime in that game and wound up losing. So you're sitting there and you're kind of looking at it and you're kind of saying, okay, they're a little slow getting out of the gate here, but at some point they're going to figure this thing out. Andy's going to come up with something, and Mahomes will make a couple plays and they'll be right back in it. I thought the first time I really thought, okay, this is over, was the DeJean interception, the one that you played.
Right.
You're up 10-0. You got them pinned back in their own end. Mahomes throws a really bad pass. He just doesn't see DeJean sitting in the hole. The kid picks it off and runs it back, and now it's 17-0. And at that point, you get the feeling, and just looking at the shots of the Chiefs bench, you get the feeling that's the one that broke their backs. And at that point was the first time I thought, you know what, the Eagles are going to win this game. And I never thought I would have that feeling before halftime, but I certainly felt it last night.
Now, on offense, they pretty much slowed down Barkley. I didn't see the final stats, but how many times was he 2-3 yards here and there? And even that, it's just because he's overwhelming. He was able to get them. So Hurts had several runs, good decisions overall. The ball he threw to Devontae Smith was right in the bucket. I mean, just dropped in there. That was a great throw. So we saw Hurts pick up the slack, if you will, the lack of a running game that was overwhelmingly, and he decided it's his time to be the main player again, I guess.
Well, I mean, that was how it evolved.
Right.
Barkley had been pretty much automatic getting 100 yards, and in some cases 200 yards every game. And this was just not one of them. And, you kind of knew there was a chance that could happen because the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo, their defensive coordinator, had been really good at shutting down running teams this year. No back had gone for 100 yards. No running back had gone for 100 yards against the Chiefs all year. Lamar Jackson, the quarterback from Baltimore, did, but no running back had gotten 100 yards against him. So I didn't think there was going to be an easy day for Barkley at all. I didn't think he was going to run up, the kinds of numbers he'd been running up on other teams. But the Chiefs did a really good job of shutting them down. And Jalen Hurts kind of had to put it on his shoulders in this game. But you could kind of see right from the beginning that he was really very in command of the situation.
Oh, yeah.
I think that, he had 2 weeks to prepare. They had a really good, solid game plan. I think they knew it was going to be hard to run the ball, so they were able to work their passing game off of that. And the offensive line protected Hurts really well, which was not easy because the Chiefs are a really good blitzing team. But they picked it up, and Hurts had time to scan the field. And as you said, he threw some really beautiful passes. The deep ball he threw to Smith was right on target. And he also threw a couple to Brown that were good throws. So I mean, he ran just enough to really keep the thing going. And it was when you crush a team the way the Eagles crushed the Chiefs last night, you could go a lot of ways with the most valuable player award. I mean, you could have had a couple defensive guys share it because the defense was that good. But if I had a vote, I would have voted for Hurts too, because I thought that on a day when it really became a game about the quarterback and not the running back, I thought that he really stepped up.
So, Ray, moving forward now, the league is all about parity, which I despise. I like great teams. I don't mind that. I know why they do it. It's a business decision. Do we hear the tush-push again? Because, again, it's unstoppable with Hurts, at least. Maybe a couple of well, yeah, it's only him because the other teams just don't seem to, even with Allen, they don't execute it correctly. With Hurts, if you really need it, I would plunk down thousands of dollars. They're going to get it as long as it's under 2 yards.
Well, it certainly looks that way. Defenses have a better idea of how to play it now. There's no question about that. And when the Eagles first began doing it, which was 2 years ago, they converted 93% of them, which is just about automatic. Now this year it wasn't. This year was 83%. So I mean, they were still making it the vast majority of the time, but it wasn't quite as automatic. And I think part of that was the fact that Kelsey wasn't there. I mean, he was kind of the guy that made the whole thing go, and the kid that stepped in for him this year did a fine job, but he wasn't Kelsey. So you saw a little bit of that. A little bit of that wasn't quite as effective, but still. If you get down to 4th and 1 now, and you've got and 4 out of 5 chance of making it, you're going to go for it all the time. And if you can do it at that kind of consistency, that's a tremendous weapon to have. I mean, you're retaining the ball, you're not giving it back to the other team, and a lot of other teams have tried to copy it. But nobody's been as successful with it as the Eagles have, and you saw it again yesterday.
Oh, without a doubt. So, Ray, is this the best Eagles team ever? Some saying it's the best team. I would say that's not true. The best team across all 4 sports ever in Philadelphia. I looked at basketball in the year they won with Chamberlain. I see that as the best team ever. I don't see how you can beat it. But best Eagles team ever, I'd have to say they look like it.
It could be. I would probably still, and there's nobody other than maybe you and me have a frame of reference that goes back to the 40s. But I mean, the 49 team to me still seems like the most dominant team. I mean, they were 11-1 and won the championship against the Rams by shutout, 14-0 in Los Angeles. And if you look at, I always think the point differential is a very telling statistic.
Yeah.
How many points do you outscore the other team by over the course of the season? And if you look at point differential in that season, that Eagles team against the other teams in the league, it was just overwhelming. I mean, it was just, I know it's a shorter schedule, it's only 12 games, but the point differential just tells you how dominant that Eagles team was. And, you had 4 Hall of Famers on that team. You had Van Buren, who was the great running back who won the rushing title, who was kind of that generation Saquon Barkley. Yeah, Bednarik was a rookie on that team. Pete Pihos was the league's leading receiver. You had a guy named Alex Wojciechowicz who was playing both ways on the line and at linebacker, and the coach was a Hall of Famer, Greasy Neal. So I would still say that was probably the best Eagles team to this point. But, you got to go back to 1949 to say it. In the what they call the quote-unquote modern era, the Super Bowl era, this is probably it. I mean, this is probably it. They won 18 games. They won the Super Bowl, and they won the Super Bowl in a blowout against a 2-time world champion. So, I mean, it's hard to argue against that.
Dan wants to know, why do we have nicknames like Greasy Neal anymore? That's true. We don't have a lot of great nicknames on this team.
No, I guess you don't. I guess you could work on it a little bit. I mean, it just seems that you go across all sports, and I remember reading a sports columnist in New York about 6 months ago wrote a column about this very subject. Where did all the great nicknames go? And you're right. I mean, they just aren't out there. Maybe we're too busy writing about salary caps and luxury boxes, and there aren't enough Grantland Rices out there. But this Eagles team is good enough now, and they're going to be good for a while. They're going to be right in the mix now for a while. So maybe we'll go to work now on trying to come up with a couple of big nicknames. I mean, Nick Sirianni certainly has enough personality to him that you could probably, it wouldn't take a whole lot of hard work to come up with a good nickname for Nick Sirianni.
I got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ready, Ray? You got to start.
Get the pen down.
From now on, it's no longer Cooper DeJean, it's Speedy DeJean, okay? Speedy DeJean.
He's some player, that kid. He was a great second-round draft pick. I mean, I give a lot of credit to Howie Roseman. I mean, he had drafted a defensive back in the first round, and it's very rare that you see a team go double down on the same position. And they got Quinyon Mitchell, who was a great pick in the first round. And in the second round, they saw the opportunity to go get Cooper DeJean, and they made a trade to get up, and they got him. And now you got those 2 kids that are going to be key players in your secondary for a long time. The one thing I want to say about Cooper DeJean is, if I had any advice for the Eagles, is don't have him returning punts next year, please. I mean, can you go get somebody else? The kid is too valuable. He is too important a player to have taken the risk of returning punts. There are lots of guys out there around that are professional kick returners. You can get them; they're free agents. They're out there every year in the off season. Go get one of those kinds of guys to do that, and just let this kid play defense, because he is a star in the making.
Absolutely, Ray. Thank you so much, as always. To be continued.
To be continued, as always. As always, a pleasure to be with you and Dan.
Thank you, Ray. Speedy DeJean, Dan's contribution for the day.
Didn't seem to stick, because he said it right afterwards. He went back to Cooper. So
yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in any observation from yesterday, commercials, anything else. And as I said,
I guess we have Big Play Slay.
Yeah, he's the only one that has, because it rhymes. It fits with him. Coming up a little bit later, I had a long conversation with Scott Presler yesterday because he's got a couple of things that broke over the weekend. He'll be here at 2:30. And the president's really most public economic advisor, Stephen Moore, will be with us here. And we'll see what he thinks of the latest tariffs, et cetera. 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
Walter Sterling.
If, like, in about 6 hours, I'm supposed to go to a party or a barbecue or something horrible with other people, if my wife or my kids come to me and say, oh, well, that's been canceled, or you don't have to go, what could be a greater gift to me than that? That would be the greatest joy I could know.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rule stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Look, here's the rush. He's going deep. Caught. Touchdown! Jahan Dodson!
They caught him blitzing, Merrill, and this is how you make them pay when you catch them blitzing.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Now, you got to have a really good one today because everybody has a commercial. You got to remember, you can't just blurt out a commercial. No blurting. Give us the case right away. Why that commercial? We gave you ours out of all the commercials. Yesterday, I don't know. It's pretty hard to pick a winner. As I said, that kid is a star. That was, I think it was the Alley Shuffle. He did something like that as he comes out of the cancer ward with the boxing gloves on, goes home to his mom and dad. Then at the end, it's Pfizer. There was a Ben Affleck commercial. Oh, God. that was voted number one by several of the people that survey the commercials. I don't like, look, it's a great bit, but it's theft. Even though they did have Billy Crystal, I'm not sure who the woman was, for Hellman's.
Meg Ryan.
Oh, was it Meg Ryan?
Yeah,
It didn't look like
yeah,
Meg Ryan.
yeah.
All right. So I guess if you have the two that did it, you can do it again for Hellman's. Something about it is, they just nothing new. Was well done again for a different product. So, Dan, was there one that's universally, Affleck to Duncan, that's up there universally almost, and I don't get why, but it is.
I like it. The best one that I saw, and actually got comments from my family because we were just dying laughing, was when it pans over to a group of seals, and then seals on top of the seals with his face, and seals on the boat, and he said, "That's a good-looking seal."
Okay,
That's a great commercial.
Probably forget the product in all this.
I have no idea what the product is. You're right.
Yeah, it was not one of the all-time.
Mountain Dew. Yeah, kiss from a lime.
It was up there, I think, in the top 10 in most of the people that do these surveys. Of course, what I wouldn't give today, out of any guests in the world, who I'd like to have on, Nick Foles. And seeing Nick Foles in the background when Brady is talking to the young quarterback kid, Foles, talking about luck. And you see what Foles tweeted out. Isn't it nice that Tom Brady was at the 2 times that the Eagles won the world championship? Of course, being defeated the first time, and then last night wearing a $240,000 watch that he kept on pointing to as doing commentary. I didn't think he was horrible. But the guy doing play-by-play with him, you got to light him up a little bit. You got to push him a little bit to get inside his mind, Brady, and that guy doesn't do it. So the two of them together, not a worthy Super Bowl.
Well, the issue with
team.
Brady, especially for the Super Bowl, is that he still can't interview the players. He can't talk to them because he's a part owner of the Raiders.
Right.
So it hampers his ability to really get in there and get in the minds of these players.
Right.
So he really has nothing to say half the time unless it's right off the cuff, just something he thought of in the moment.
And most of it's cliche-ish.
Yeah.
He doesn't say, all right, here's an insight, something I did, like he's giving up a secret. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. He had no rooting interest in this, as we know. Hey, Joe, what do you have today?
Dom, I did have a rooting interest, and I'm so happy for the people of Philadelphia. And you know who that's coming from.
Okay.
I had to root in the best interest of my boys.
Okay.
And, man, my house was loud yesterday, and it was great. It was glorious. Before I get into my side question, I got to ask you something, because I saw the changeover between equality and equity. And I always lean towards equity because equity to me meant fairness. Equality meant to me everybody gets the same exact thing. And I saw the Democrat Party make a transformation from equality to equity. And I thought that was, another, just word massaging on their part.
Well, yeah, equity means to me currently, without a doubt, equal outcomes. We're going to do what we have to make up for something that's going to be an equal outcome. That's what we're about, rather than just an even chance.
I thought it was fairness, Dom. And yes, it's under someone's interpretation as to what's fair, and that's where it gets dangerous.
Well, the only way to be fair, if we're starting out a 100-yard dash, you have some people born in life with advantages. Nothing you're going to do about that. Are they advantages? Let me just ask you, Joe. You got some kid to me growing up rich. I'll throw the word pampered in the whole thing and all. Did he have an advantage from me growing up in South Philly? I don't think so. It might open some doors, but when push comes to shove and things, is that really the advantage? Not all the time. Most of the time, maybe not.
No, it's a matter of will.
Yeah.
Supposedly. But we also have different tee boxes at the golf course too, right?
Well, that's by choice, though. And unless you're playing in a tournament, then you don't have different tee boxes.
True. My side question goes back to, and we come from the same era, where your sneakers were your personality.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the day, you had your Converse, and then Adidas came in, and Puma came in. And there's a commercial that to this day I still relish over, and there's a great backstory to it. I thought it brought two hated adversaries together, but also two races. It was the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird Converse commercial. And the backstory that Magic Johnson tells is precious. He's pulling into some farmland in French Lick, Indiana. He didn't know how he was going to be received. Larry Bird's at his basketball court shooting baskets. They didn't talk until lunchtime. And Magic Johnson was going to go back to his trailer and have lunch. And the producer said, no, you were invited into the house by Mrs. Bird to have lunch. And that's where the whole relationship started. He saw how endearing they were. He accepted their rivalry and a little minor hatred over that. But that's how they became friends. And that commercial was great with Larry Bird pulling up in his limousine.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, you got to live to play against a guy like Larry Bird. You got to kill him because that's what he's going to do. All right, big 1 o'clock hour coming up. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. Jump on board right now.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
You weren't dreaming, this was real. The Eagles dominated the Chiefs 40-22 in the big game. Fans packed the streets in Center City and the Northeast to keep the party going. And there's been no official confirmation from the city on the day of the parade, but the team hinted on social media, see you on Friday.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV, or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Democrats now in front of the Social Security offices in Baltimore, the headquarters. I'm not sure why it's not in Washington, but that's where it is. And this is going to be their argument is that Trump and Elon Musk are going to take away your Social Security. The Musk people claiming so far, preliminarily, they believe it's findable. $50 billion in fraud, waste, and abuse. They claim all kinds of stuff going on with Social Security numbers that are not on the up and up. So this is going to be an interesting battle here. And Democrats, as we said on Friday when they couldn't get into the education department, are having a lot of difficulty. I wouldn't go at this point, and I'm not sure what Musk has done. He's all over the place. I've been going with the military budget. This is the way to get people to see right now what this is about, because Republicans are pro-military without a doubt. But we all know there is tremendous fraud, waste, and abuse inside that military budget, maybe second to none. That would be the place to go and start to scoop out $250 billion, maybe. If you could do that, show people that, they'd get a sense of where this is headed. So what are they left with? What are they trying to do right now at this point? This is Elizabeth Warren, Dan. It's cut 24. Here's what Elizabeth Warren said on Sunday, and this is their only game. What is Trump doing about grocery store prices?
It's Super Bowl Sunday, and here's a reminder that Donald Trump has done pretty much nothing to lower your grocery costs. Remember, during Donald Trump's campaign, he repeatedly promised to lower food prices immediately. He said on day one. But here we are, way past day one, and the cost of groceries has only gone up. Chicken wings cost over 7% more than they did a year ago. Egg prices have risen 60%, from $2.51 a dozen to over $4 a dozen. Look, instead of lowering costs for your family, Trump's been focused on cutting funding for hot meals for seniors and giving Elon Musk access to the system that makes sure that your grandparents get their Social Security checks on time. Donald Trump needs to buckle down and use the tools he has to lower grocery prices and deliver on his promises.
What would those tools be, Liz? Tell us. And those yearly numbers, he's been president for 3 weeks now. Wanting to win, I would point out strategically, though, this is where Trump's got to find some pivot point at this point to squash this narrative, because this is all that they have. This is what they're going to keep on trying to bring up. Big CBS poll out over the weekend, and the CBS people on Sunday morning were concerned. Wow, Trump has a 53% approval rate. That's higher than approval rates he had at any time in office, essentially, the last time around, on what he's been doing in these first 3 weeks. Maybe even more telling, those that don't favor necessarily what he's done, 70% of them, though, said that he's doing exactly what he's promised. Now, here's why that's important. That means maybe people could be won over on a lot of these things, or at least some of them. In other words, they're saying, well, I don't know that I would do it this way, Elon Musk, yada, yada, yada. But I have to say, he's keeping his promises. Trump is good at reminding you, here's the promise, and here's what I did. Even flying the Air Force One to New Orleans, and at that point, the change happens to the Gulf of America, not the Gulf of Mexico. Simple stuff like that. Check, check, check. They also said that 63% of Americans in the CBS survey view him as energetic. 69% view him as tough. I'm surprised only 63%. I don't know what you got to do for these people. If this isn't energetic, then I don't know what is. So 855-839-1210, you get a line. So the bottom line is Americans don't seem to be too concerned at this point overall at how this is being accomplished. I'm advising if they go after the military budget, and Pete Hegseth has said publicly yesterday, yes, this is what we have to look at. They go in there and engage in that, they're going to find a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. They from the military, what can Democrats argue? Well, they'll still make the same argument, but it won't be effective. That's where they can go. That's where this should go. Okay, 855-839-1210, you get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. I wrote this last night watching this. That's going to start now between Trump and your Philadelphia Eagles. If he did it in the last hour or two and I didn't see it, President Trump did not congratulate the Eagles. You know, he had been more on the side of talking about Kansas City, Mahomes, stuff of that nature. So is he going to not extend an invitation to come to the White House to the Eagles? Because I think he knows deep down the Eagles are not going to go to the White House. Dan, you're still in your corner on that one, huh? Even though look where Trump has placed himself. How can he invite them out?
Just think it's stupid to play politics with this at this point. I think we have moved on. My point has been at this point in time, Jeffrey Lurie, I think, made the decision not to go to the White House the first time because there was a lot in the media about Black Lives Matter, standing for the anthem or kneeling for the anthem and such. I think the PR move in 2025, as we're seeing with all these tech giants, is who the hell cares anymore? This is the president. This is the office. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Let's get down to Washington. I think we'll see him there, and I hope Trump offers the olive branch to move forward because I'd love to see the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I'm even digging him more. That's not going to happen. I think you're overvaluing it here a little bit with Trump. I get what you're saying, Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. That's tech moguls who want something from the Eagles. What do they want from him? Nothing. And here there'll be backlash. There'll be big time backlash if they go, I think. I don't think it'll be, we expected that. I don't think he's going to offer now. He's kind of backed himself into the corner with the chief stuff. The one thing Trump said, though, and this is the best of Trump, with all the stuff going on in the world, he went on Truth Social and he said, about the worst part of the Super Bowl by far was watching the kickoff, whereas the ball is sailing through the air, the entire field is frozen. College football doesn't do it and won't. Whose idea was it to ruin the game, he said in a Truth Social post. I think people have gotten used to that because there were how many runbacks yesterday? 3, 4, something like that. Yeah. And in a dome, I was surprised they just didn't kick it out. Maybe they were trying not to at various points. At least there's some return on the kickoff. It had gotten to a point where it was so minimal you couldn't call it the kickoff anymore. But that's Trump on Truth Social gone against the formation of the kickoff. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board now. It seems to be pretty solid that the parade is going to be on Friday. Dan, you're saying the city has officially said that, which is...
Yep, they've confirmed on Twitter. It will be happening Friday. More details to come. When coordinating with the Eagles, they write.
I think they'll do it as they did it the last time, going down Broad Street, starting at Lincoln Financial Field. Then they turn and they go up the drive pretty much, and that takes in a long period of time. I think this will be as staggering as the last one. The numbers, we broadcast from the Melrose. I was on 9 to noon then. Getting there was difficult. Getting out of there, literally, just getting anywhere near. We were in downtown Philadelphia, 4th and Market. We tried all kinds of routes. They should have let me drive. I won a few times. It was a station thing because they had this chair that they had me in that was like this royal chair that was an advertiser or something. So we had a truck or some Walter Kosk was driving. It took an hour and 15, an hour and a half, something like that to get from the Melrose in South Philly to 4th and Market. That's how bottled up, delayed it was.
Flower Auntie, a regular tweeter on the City of Philadelphia Post, writes a very good point. I want your thoughts on it. She says, you know what? Every florist in the Delaware Valley curses you. That's our busiest day of the year. Thank you for complicating it for us even more. Can you imagine trying to deliver flowers to one of the office buildings during the Eagles parade?
Yeah, taken away from that. Yeah, and again, I get that they think there's going to be a weather event and all this stuff, but, that's an awful long period of time. I don't remember that happening, at least too much, with any parade for a major championship, to put it on a Friday. Now, the argument on the other side is, of course, well, it's a 3-day weekend for people. They were going to leave early. They say something like that. Versus if you do it during the week, then people have to take off from work.
Well, also snow in the forecast for Wednesday.
Well, right. I thought it was Tuesday into Wednesday. Yeah, something like that.
I think they're just concerned that it goes more than they expect, and then you have to postpone it.
Right.
John writes into that post, Flower Auntie's post, you're awful and deserve to lose business. The parade is for the greater good, and Friday makes the most sense.
What? No, she's right. I mean, they're doing it not on Thursday because they think it might be cloudy. I get it. You don't want it to be rained on during the parade. But, man, how long do you, the city meteorologist out there, who are they relying on?
What says, every restaurant worker agrees with you. This is awful for employees and businesses.
By doing it, well, it's
on Valentine's Day on a Friday.
It's earlier in the day with the restaurants, though. You know what I mean? How does it affect them? Well,
I think it really affects suburban restaurants because I think people are now diverting their attention to going to the parade.
Now you got it. Right, yeah.
You're snoozing instead of going out to eat.
Yeah, right. And I think they end up at the art museum. Could it be as late as like 3 o'clock or so? I'm judging that. Rich was on 3 till 6. He did it from an office building in Center City, Philadelphia that was kind of overlooking the parade, and stuff was still going on when he was there, Dan. They hadn't even gotten to, on the drive, the art museum. So I guess this could get over, 4 o'clock or something like that. That's right. Yeah, that's bad for restaurant business. No, I'm in the camp of the florist and the other guy for his greater good. You know what? Let's worry about the businesses here. This is a day that they got to make it on. So, no, I'm not on board with the Friday. No. Not on board with that. Well, I have my own ulterior motive. I'm supposed to do something you're going to mess up, too.
Well, you got to
there you go, Dom.
You got to also think, though, Friday, everyone's going to be imbibing. It might be better to, have a day off the next day.
Oh, my God.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
I indulged myself yesterday. I still came into work.
Yeah, well,
I didn't even leave the city.
Closer.
Well, we're allowing judgment
Did you
on
sleep
the
last night, Henry?
I did sleep last night.
Okay,
yes.
well, we're keeping judgment on that till the end of the show. Then we'll make a collective judgment on that. But 855-839-1210. So Dan raised a good point. Is Friday good, given it's the Valentine's Day? And I like the point you made. Yeah, people in the suburbs getting home from here, SEPTA, trains and all that. It was well over 1 million. For some reason, it seemed to be. I don't remember with the Phillies parade. I didn't have much trouble. We broadcast from Broad and Walnut, the restaurant there, which, by the way, Dan, I think is a good site. You can tell Greg if the guy would do it again. I think he's still the same guy. It's a great site overlooking. You're looking right down on it. We were in the rooftop at one point. So it's, good vantage point, good viewing, and there were unbelievable number of people there for the Phillies. But is Friday the day? Or does that really interfere with restaurants, with florists, etc.? And I'm not a fan of going out on Valentine's Day. I just think you're kidding. Maybe if you're single, you're starting to date, you're in love with someone in that manner. But we always go out on the weekends. I mean, it just makes more sense. You're not rushed. You're not pretending to go out. Do you go out on Valentine's Day, Dan?
No.
Yeah.
No, we'll go the next day.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Celebrate that
yeah.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me ask you this, though, because my friend proposed to his wife the night of the previous Super Bowl win out there on Market Street.
Right.
Do you think it's appropriate that a person who's having the best night of their life, a man who's a big Eagles fan, with a girl who's a moderate Eagles fan but also enjoying the night, good idea to propose during the parade?
No, I don't
Day?
like that. I don't like that.
That's the equivalent of proposing at someone else's wedding.
Yeah, well, I just think that should be a more private type of thing.
I love it though, like the memory of having.
If you're both diehard fans, but if it's only one,
okay,
yeah. But even then, I just think this has to be a quieter type of thing. I don't know, like what you did. We'll go through that again. With the zoo and the whole thing.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I did it in public. I mean, it sounds like a shot towards me a little bit there.
No, I'm saying I thought yours was better.
Yeah.
It's quieter. Yeah, it's not as public as it. Mine was not that way. Remember I said, of course we're getting married.
Yeah, you did. Did you even propose?
Not really. That's a call for Row.
Well, now
exactly.
On Friday, you should get down on a knee.
Oh, yes. We'll do that at the remote. She'll show up there for that. All right, 855-839-1210. Is Friday the day, or is Flower Andy and Dan's point about restaurants in suburbia, yeah, I think it's not a good day.
But I mean, come on. It's a one, like how many times are we going to get this opportunity to bring this city to a complete standstill, all in unity?
Yeah, but what about the people that's, it's not just any day. It's arguably one of their 5 biggest days of the year, right? The flower business. It's
really
their biggest.
sucks. It really does.
Yeah.
And they can't do it the day before because, well, could they do it the day before?
I guess, but it's a little.
I don't know, he's like, I want my damn parade.
All right, you know what?
Scared of weather?
We need to hear from the florists, the restaurateurs. Is there another business affected by this? Because you will not be able to get around easily. I mean, it was the hardest I've ever seen driving just to get back to the station. I think we had to go to North Philly and turn around because of everything that was involved, like the 4th and Brown, to come back to 4th and Market. That's how enormous it was. All because we were carrying that chair, too. 855-839-1210. Jump on board here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn Stenslin, you've heard me talk for years about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work they've done in my home. You know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. What you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding can also replace your old roof. Yes, they have you covered, literally. Family-owned and operated Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've been around for more than 30 years, and they have more than 240 Google reviews, which speak to their reputation for high-quality workmanship, customer service. They spend the time to understand your needs and educate you on your options. They also have financing available right now, which you can leverage to make your new roof or other remodeling projects a reality. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not, in the United States of America, be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You can get in. It's Friday. Given all that, somebody, one of our friends said, what about Monday? That's, these players are not from here, many of them. They're going to want to go home, and that's right. A whole week that you wait. I just think they're going with a lot of weather stuff and everything else, pushing it all the way back to Friday. And Friday happens to fall on Valentine's Day. So, that makes it very difficult on business, even in the suburbs. No, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a good decision to go down that path. No way. 855-839-1210, you get in. Let's go to Charlie in Orland. Charlie, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hi.
Hi, Dom. I missed you on Thursday night. I thought you were going to attend the
Yes,
the meeting.
I'm sorry, I got waylaid this time. We had DJ got tickets for a basketball game in the president's box, so I couldn't do both things at the same time.
Man. Wow.
It's second time DJ got them in the president's box. Yes, guess who loves the president's box? Usually she'd go, well, I don't feel right. Row likes the president's box.
She does like it.
Oh yeah, she does like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She's drinking tea with her finger out.
Yeah, but Charlie, we hope to have Jim Lee on tomorrow or Wednesday, something like that.
Well, no, you should have a girl named Angelina Banks.
Oh, I know her. She's a listener.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, you should have her. She spoke and she was terrific.
She always is. She's the first one that really clued me into the severity of what they were doing over there.
Yeah, well, they voted 5-2 in favor of continuing. Yeah, and
apparently they're going to have Ozempic for the thin blue line. There's a thinner blue line that Jim Lee doesn't like. That's what we hear.
Well, Jim Lee, well, let's not get into that.
Yeah, well, we will when he comes on.
Yeah, but Angelina Banks, you would have her on with him and have a nice little debate there.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure she'll call in. We'll see if he'll take the call.
Okay. Yeah. There had to be about 150 people there, and probably 90% were in favor of the police. But it made no difference. They already had their minds made up how they were going to vote.
Yeah, and that's the story, Charlie. Why, to our listeners, it's important. It's not just an issue there. How does a place like Springfield Township, never in a million years would I think it, be this anti-cop from a small minority of people? But when I went there and we interviewed some of the people, I could see how ferocious it is. Charlie, what's your most interesting commercial, memorable commercial?
There you go. The most interesting man in the world. The Doctors commercial.
Now, the first guy, the second guy, the first guy was really good.
The first guy was, he was the greatest. They had a lot of different lines.
Yep.
The one line was, he's the life of the party when he's not even at the party.
Yes.
And the Sharks dedicate a week to him.
Exactly. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, the most interesting man in the world was beautifully done. The guy who played that, and I guess we vaguely knew what the product was that they were selling too. All right, so Friday, everyone is settled in. Will be the big parade. Does that make sense to you? Are you going? And if you are a florist in the business, restaurant, anything related, does that day make sense given the collision that happens with Valentine's Day? All right, I mentioned a couple things already, though, around President Trump. Today or tomorrow, he's going to issue the executive order banning the federal ban on plastic straws. And I'm fascinated, told you on Friday a little bit of this, if you missed it, where that came from. This kid, I tracked him, he's a junior in Vermont in high school. He's still got a big campaign out there. He claimed to have done research that said Americans use 500 million plastic straws a day, which is a number that just seems preposterous to me. And from there, we're off to the races. You may be in a town where you can't get a plastic straw, or at least you have to ask for a plastic straw. Many of the short towns are like that. And it's become a mania. So why is Trump doing it? It's the 80-20 rule again. Just as we talked about last week with the trans thing, something more serious. 80% of people, I think, or close to it, are saying, no, I want a plastic straw. Or let people have a choice. What's up with the plastic straw? Trump keeps going around. It's kind of the superpower. Doing stuff like this, Democrats overreact because they want to go after him, and they're on the losing side of it. Constantly, we see this. All right, Lenny in Pittman. Lenny on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lenny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. I would say, if anything that has one up, it's called common sense is up 75%.
Yes, you would think that. But again, the other side doesn't think that. They think they're going to win on these things, Lenny, and it's impossible. to win on
It's not happening. Dom, let me just say this to you about food prices. When the man finally does get more than 2 hours sleep, he's going to open up the pipeline, and we all know that costs are about delivering and making the product. So
well,
when you can
let me
lower the
challenge
cost
you on
of
that,
energy,
Lenny. Okay.
bang.
I'm in a camp. I got to tell you honestly, I don't think it's all that. I think Biden has so baked that into grocery store prices. I hear what you're saying. That will help. That fuel costs will go down, but I think it's a lot more baked in on this, and that's why I'm going to ask Stephen Moore today at 2:00, the president's really most public economist. What else are they planning to doing? Because if it's just that, Lenny, I'm telling you, that will not magically move the needle. This was enormous, that spending. It's not just about energy. That's what my fear is. And I want to win on this, because if he wins on this, this takes us through the midterms.
Absolutely.
If he doesn't win on this and move the needle, they might have a shot at dislodging, say, the House during the midterms, maybe by a vote or two here or there. If he does, though, we're solid. We're going to win the midterms, and that means going into 2028, it's going to coast.
Absolutely, sir. It's all transitory anyhow. But no, listen, my commercial is a really good one. It's a heartwarming one. Brings a tear to your eye when Mean Joe Green throws his jersey to the kid for the Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that is classic. Yeah, when he pauses and the whole Mean Joe Green name. Very good. Hey, am I overreacting to this? I don't call it the Italian market. I call it 9th Street.
Why not?
So, because the Italian market
embrace the Italianness.
It sounds like you're from the suburb. Oh, the Italian market. I was over at the Italian market. It's 9th Street, Dan. That's the vernacular in South Philly.
It's the Italian market. Come on.
All right. It's 9th Street.
What does the news call it?
They're completely out of touch. Growing up, what I call it is, and the people in South Philly called it forever, 9th Street. They didn't say, the Italian market.
It's the Italian market.
No, it's not. That makes it so, Anyhow. Am I out of line with this, Dan? Here's
what's that mean?
Big piece on the 9th Street Italian market. That's what the news called it.
Wait, the news called it 9th Street Italian market? They called it the Italian market.
The Inquirer called it the 9th Street Italian market.
Wow, they're really playing the fence there.
Yes, exactly. Is under pressure, beset by rumors of imminent ICE raids that have made employers and hurt businesses drain vitality from a place that stands among the most lively and authentic of Philadelphia attractions, blaming Trump again. So they quote Michelle Gambino, the business manager, and she said about all these people not coming to work, etc. Yes, she says it's a market of immigrants. It's always been a market of immigrants, and we're very sensitive to that. Well, Michelle, were they legal?
Be careful now.
We are completely and absolutely supportive of our merchants and business owners and employees and everyone who works to make the market the great place that it is. Something to me was just off-putting with that.
Someday, and that day may never come, I'll call upon you to do a service for me.
All right. That was Dan Borowski. I didn't do that. The point is, they're going after people that are criminals. What are we sensitive toward here, Michelle? They're going after people that have a deportation order. So you don't want to go after criminal aliens? You don't want to go after people that have a deportation order? Why make comments like this?
You're a creep.
Why say, all right, I took that, Dan, essentially to say, well, they've always had illegal people there, way back when. I don't know that that's true. And if the Italian market is suffering a bit here.
See, you did it.
What is?
You just called it the Italian market.
Okay. Well, I'm using their, they're using their vernacular. 9th Street
I'm telling you, get away from me.
Yeah. 9th Street is suffering. It's because, not of Trump, it's because of the situation that we're in, that we've been overrun by people here illegally, many of them, or a substantial number of criminals, or those that have been ordered to be deported. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You get in. Bobby Ott on Twitter. Bobby, call in. Tell us what you have on Friday down at Broad and Wolf.
Yeah,
and that's certain sections of South Broad are heavy with doctors, dentists, and the like, making it difficult, particularly the doctors part of it, I guess. But restaurants, florists, Friday's a big day. And if you go to the parade, are you going to go to dinner then over in the summer? You know what I mean? Dan makes a good point. It's going to be very difficult to get in and out. At least it was the last time. And I think this will be bigger. You can sense there's even more hunger for this, even though last time was the first. So is Friday a good day to do it? 855-839-1210. You get a line. As I said, Elon Musk looking at Social Security, that's where Democrats are today. And the allegation is out there alleging $50 billion in fraud at Treasury after a judge blocks the audit of Social Security. Now, we're into a really sensitive ground here with Social Security. Democrats have been great with their willing accomplices in the media at playing with that over the course of every election. And Trump has been very good, one of the few Republicans making it clear that he's not going down that path. So this is a dicey game here. The play should be to look at the military budget. I think everybody knows how much fraud, abuse, waste is in that. And this could strike a real blow. They find $200 billion, $250 billion. That's the place to go. Do it quickly. All right, let's try Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hi, Dom. It's Dan. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, man. That was part of the celebration yesterday. That's why it's so crazy. Mine's today. My miscreant brother's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh,
so
boy.
we do it all in one shot.
Okay.
We were a year and 1 day apart, but since '64 was a leap year, we're technically Irish twins, right? But just to hammer home how old I am, I was looking at that graphic in the Super Bowl yesterday where they were comparing this Super Bowl to the first Super Bowl, where you could get a seat at the first Super Bowl for $12, and a 30-second ad costs $40,000. What is it, $8 million now?
Yep.
And the average offensive lineman back then was 6'3", 245 pounds. And they put the Eagles up there. Their average size is 6'6", 338 pounds. It's almost 100 pounds difference, Tom.
Yeah, that is something about that creeping that's pretty unhealthy to me. That's the first thing I think. 338 pounds, and Kelsey's doing the right thing. He's losing weight, but 6'6", too.
Unhealthy? I think it's pure muscle.
Oh yeah.
If you can run like a 5-second 40-yard dash and you weigh 340 pounds, that's impressive.
Well, it is for a while, but then they're just their defensive line too, though, just out physical Kansas City. That's more surprising to me.
Nobody saw 24-0 at halftime, Dom. The Eagles' defense pinned their ears back and got it done. I was impressed.
Oh yeah.
But my answer to the side question, I'm going to go back a little bit since I'm feeling old today, and I'm going to go to them old Bob Uecker commercials, and the one in particular where he's going into a seat and he's like, well, the team comped me the sheets, and I know that when everybody recognizes me, they're going to be buying me so-and-so beer all day long. Of course, nobody recognizes him, and an usher comes up and says, hey, buddy, you're in the wrong seat. And Bob Uecker goes, oh, must be the front row. And then you see him up in the nosebleeds by himself.
The next big leaguers getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row.
Come on.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer and less.
Thank you, Robert. Happy birthday again. Those light beer commercials were classic. I mean, the guys they had in there, they were onto a good thing for years with that. It's been revived, too. I know they brought it back in a different form.
Did you like Bud Light's commercial yesterday?
Yes, and that is on my list here because the Bud Light commercial was obviously testosterone-driven versus what they did before with Mulvaney.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at article after article, and we're trying to get that guy on who's written the book. I'm moving more toward Dan's camp. Can't we move past Bud Light? Didn't we beat them up enough over this? Haven't they paid the penalty for it? Aren't there more egregious examples out there? Or are people loving it because they finally can punish somebody for the wrong things?
Oh, I never thought of it like that. Yeah, I think it's just always going to be in people's minds. At least I don't know for how long that Bud Light did do this, and it's going to be something that's going to follow them around for the next few years. Still, even as they recover and put out good commercials like they did yesterday.
It was a great commercial. Yeah, I love the whole chaos, the whole spark of the stuff that happened. That's what they were going for.
And they made a marketable thing. Like I saw Peyton Manning filling up that cooler.
Right.
Like they had the cooler at the Super Bowl. Like that was cool.
Yeah, exactly. No, they did a good job with it. So how many years ago was that? Is it 3 or is it 2? It seems like 3 to me that this started with Mulvaney. Maybe it's only 2. But we've been through, the decimation of their brand. I'm surprised they still are trying to revive this. I don't see much hope. As good as the ad was yesterday, that's exactly what they were going to. Saying, look, we get it. We're on the other side. We're back to our brand, our emblem. We are not the Dylan Mulvaney and that 27-year-old woman who said we're going to increase our brand by just driving out the base of your brand. So 855-839-1210. Is Friday the right day to have the parade? That's where it's settled officially at this point. And again, I'm sure their options, but it is Valentine's. And that's a big day for florists, maybe restaurants in large measure. How can you do that? You're dealing with probably, I don't know what they drew the last time. I think it was 1.5 million people. It can't be 2 million, right? They can't come close to 2 million people. Swarming into Philadelphia. SEPTA can't handle it. You know they won't handle it, usually. So that means it's gridlock in certain places you have to avoid. So after all that, and people do that, are they going to go out to dinner? Are they going to be thinking flowers? I don't think so. I think it's the wrong day to do it. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Richard in Summerdale on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Richard.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Richard.
I was very surprised at where they put President Trump up in the stands instead of in a private box up there. I thought that was rather unusual.
Probably some kind of security thing where it's more secure against certain things, I would think.
Well, I would think you'd be more secure in a box.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I don't think they were sliding. I mean, I think they were taking extra precautions, really.
Well, he was out on the field. If anybody was going to take a shot at him, it would have been there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my answer for the question for the day is the commercial was a political commercial back in 1964 when LBJ and Barry Goldwater were running for president. And Barry Goldwater's commercial, the LBJ's commercial was showing a little girl picking the petals off a daisy, and when she got to the last one, the next scene was the explosion of the atomic bomb.
Yeah, exactly, because Goldwater was pictured as somebody who would use the bomb, someone out of control. And it was an incredibly effective commercial. I think LBJ would have won anyhow, of course, coming off the death of JFK. But that commercial was big time. 855-839-1210 is how you get in. Great column over the weekend making the point that I've been making, but maybe even in more detail. Democrats are using the word coup now. This is all a coup. And with Elon Musk as the point person, they don't want to go after the president, so they make it Elon Musk is involved in a coup. The author of this piece says the media needs to wake up and stop calling the administration's actions chaos. And they quote that Alan Lichtman, he's the guy that says he always predicts who's going to win the presidency. He said Kamala Harris. He was wrong again this time. Lichtman says this is a coup against American democracy. When really the easier argument to make is that what the American people want is this action, this aggressive action against what has been a coup against a democratic republic. In other words, all of these administrative states, the USAID, and all these others, nobody voted for them. They were set upon by Congress. They're there. And what they've done over the course of time is they actually make rules. They actually make more laws than Congress does, if you will. They actually control our lives, make decisions that Congress has kind of punted to them. So is Trump administering a coup, or was the coup already there? And he talks about going back to Wilson, FDR. He talks about these experts who know better than the American people. They're the fourth branch of government. They're the administrative state. And there is constitutionally no fourth branch of government. But they rule. And they rule by all the things that I just talked about. So as a result of that, we have this astonishing pushback that's very transparent. CBS poll out on Sunday morning says 53% of the American people are favorable to the way Trump's gone about this. That's higher favorability than he had the first time around. So can you say there are certain things like not letting Congress into the education department the other day that may or may not be some legality? They wanted a photo op. They wanted to disrupt what was going on, the audit that was going on there. Is that their legal duty to go there and disrupt it? I don't think so. The president has given that authority. Now, can Elon Musk go too far? Yes. That's what courts are for, to determine that. But so far, it's pretty obvious. The president is giving him the power to audit. That's what all this stuff is. The military is really where they ought to be going next. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Hey, navigation, take me to KiaofCherryHill.com. KiaofCherryHill.com is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. KiaofCherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available to choose from. KiaofCherryHill.com is offering ultra-low lease payments. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through KMF on approved credit ends 2/28/2025.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, so Democrats in front of the Social Security Center today, and what they're engaged in is saying that Elon Musk wants to take your Social Security benefits and turn it into a Bitcoin bank. Oh, man. Now, it seems on the surface, where are they getting this fear-mongering from based on that? Where are we going with that? All right? But this is what they're going to play with now. We're on the Social Security. That's why I've been saying all show long, let's go with the military budget. Let's look at the military budget, bloated, waste, both sides on that. Let's strike a blow there and move off this. Are people going to buy this? Well, not really, but based upon whatever else Democrats are throwing against the wall, I have to say this is one of their tactics that the media has helped with before. You throw 2 things in here, or 3 things, Elon Musk, Social Security, and then moving that into a Bitcoin situation because they've talked crypto, they've talked these things. At least Trump has and Elon Musk. So I don't think they have any evidence of it, but does that get play for them versus what they have been trying to do? And I'd say, yeah, on their part, this is not bad strategy versus what they've been looking like in the first 3 weeks of Trump. So expect to hear more of this stuff, Bitcoin bank, crypto, Social Security benefits, Elon Musk. That's where we're headed. Now, could that be done? No, I don't see any legal way that we're going to go down that path. I think the courts would strike that down. I don't think that's in the works. Let me put it this way. Could Elon Musk, and I'll be blunt with you, could Elon Musk conceive of that? Possibly. Is Trump going to go along with that? No, that's where the guardrails. I would liken this to RFK starts dabbling in some stuff, and Trump, as we saw the polio vaccine, the guardrails come up on this, his sense of where people are. I think that's what you're going to see here. So we don't know that Elon Musk is actually thinking this. Could he think it? Yeah, possibly. With Trump, I don't see it. Not in a million years. He's sensitive versus other Republicans who have not been, what the media is going to do on the issue of Social Security. So I don't see this being any kind of reality, but I'm going to ask Stephen Moore about it coming up at 2 o'clock. He is the president's chief economic advisor, at least publicly. What does he think? Where did they get this from? What's in play? I'm also going to ask him, though, just as I told Lenny, I'm not going to be one of those guys saying, look, Trump's going to unleash energy. And that is just going to unbelievably lower prices at the grocery store. I think it'll help. But I just think what Biden has done here, what he did for his own advancement, if you will, the spending, the inflation that was baked in, is that going to come out just because fuel costs are going to be better? I'd say no. I think they got to do other stuff. And I'm excited to find out what else are they thinking of doing that could not only lower the percentage, we've been through this a lot, but actually lower what you're going to pay at the grocery store. A lot of people are investing in America. Tariffs out there have been effective so far. And energy costs, yes, that'll help. So will people notice this? Here's the thing. If people see that Trump has started to take apart pretty effectively over the next year what Biden did, by the time we get to the midterms, Republicans are going to maintain what they have now, maybe advance a bit. If he doesn't, if in the public's mind he's not done enough on this, then we're going to be in for a close call. Then the normal stuff that happens sometimes in midterms could happen. But favorability of what he's doing now is high, very high. 855-839-1210. Trump expected today to pardon Rod Blagojevich, who we had on the show, and we talked mostly hair with him. Why not? Great hairstyle. The former, what was he? Was he former mayor of Chicago? Was he governor, former governor of Illinois. And quite a character, to put it mildly. I mean, when he was on, it was, I see how he's gravitated toward President Trump. So that'll probably be coming down today, in addition to no more pennies. Joe in Bordentown, Talk Radio 1210. Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to protest someone named Charles Edward Green calling himself Mean Joe.
Okay. Why? Yeah.
Well,
I hear you, but I think other players called him Mean Joe Green. He's one of the greatest defensive linemen in history.
His name's not actually Joe?
He's not a Joe.
He's not?
No.
He's not a Joe. His first name is Charles.
Well, I don't know how we'll have to. How did he get Joe then? He just made it up,
I'm
you're
looking
saying?
this up right now.
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
My answer to the side question would be Joe Azuzu, who probably the Democrats took cues from for the Biden administration.
Yeah, Joe Azuzu was a great character. I don't know if he's still out there, but Joe's not his name, Mean Joe Green.
Yeah, no, so during a 2014 interview with NFL Films, Green said that his aunt nicknamed him Joe due to his resemblance to boxing legend Joe Louis, who at the time of Green's birth was in the middle of his 12-year reign.
And he kept Joe.
As heavyweight champion.
And he kept Joe. So, come on. Wouldn't you keep Joe when Charles Edward on? You're a defensive lineman, of
course.
What
if I started calling you George Giordano?
Well, it would depend.
Would you embrace George?
No, if it has to be, if it were Giovanni or Giuseppe or Guido.
Let me tell you something.
If you call me
Frank
Guido,
Giordano.
Yeah, if you call me Dominic Guido Giordano, I might embrace that. It's helpful.
I don't think you can do that if your new nickname is just another name. Like going from Charles to Joe, you can't do that. Like what I'm thinking about right now is Edgerrin James. Remember the running back for the Colts?
Yeah.
His son plays college basketball at University of Cincinnati right now. He doesn't go by Edgerrin James Jr. He goes by Jizzle James.
All right.
Jizzle James.
Yes.
What a name
And
that
like
is.
you need a name like that if you're not going to go by your birth name. You need a name that's like something that sticks out, not just Joe.
Joe.
All right.
Joe Green.
All right. Stephen Moore is next. Maybe we can call him Monty Moore. Who knows? And then Scott Scott Presler doesn't need any nicknames. The guy is just unbelievable. He's using AI now, and he was very fired up yesterday to tell me a couple of developments he'll share with you, including he wants automatic voting when you get your hunting license in Pennsylvania and a couple of other places. That's all straight ahead. Big 2 o'clock hour, and also Dom's Money Melody, Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Joe. I said, where you going with that?
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Maybe the greatest team performance in Philly sports history, the Eagles knock off the Chiefs 40-22 in dominating fashion. The organization tells WIP the championship parade will be on Friday, and fans are flocking to retail stores to get their new Birds gear.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. We're kind of on the Stephen Moore watch. I don't know if he's conferring with the president or not. The president's top public economist. You see him all over the place. Hopefully we'll catch up with him and Scott Presler at 2:30 today. I'm on board with this from President Trump, and I get the broad strokes here, but I don't think I would get rid of everybody. He announced on Truth Social that he is removing the entire boards of the military advisory boards. These are the boards that help to set a lot of guidelines at West Point, at the Air Force Academy, at the Naval Academy, the Army, Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. He said, we will have the strongest military in history, and that begins by appointing new individuals to these boards. We must have the military academies great again. Now, we know what's happened, and we know particularly West Point, if you remember, when they changed the mission statement, the weasel words they put in there, duty, honor, country. I'm paraphrasing. And I'm on board with this. It's a long time coming, but some of the people on these boards strike me as pretty good. Maybe keeping some of them and getting rid of some of the others who are the woke part of this whole deal. 855-839-1210. Side question today. Hit us with that all-time memorable commercial. That's what we're looking for. That's what we need. All right. Now, Westchester University. And I guess you could argue this is an innocent error. Are there that many people complaining about mispronunciation of their names? You know, and I've been known to mispronounce a few, accent a wrong syllable, and some people with it that have a tough name, they usually tell you something funny, like it rhymes with this, that, or the other. Okay. So Westchester, because a few people complained, they got an outfit that was going to pronounce the names in advance. And here, this outfit that they hired to pronounce the names in advance for the midterm, this was the middle of the year, I guess it was in January. They're facing criticisms this week over a school contractor that used AI to deliver name announcements at the graduation ceremonies. And they have been urged to reconsider the impersonal practice. Can you imagine some computer now saying your name? And I thought this was a real good example of this trend toward AI. People worshiping. Look, I realize we need to engage in a lot of money spent, a lot of creative people around AI because of what the Chinese are up to counter this. It's another race to use this in a military sense, geopolitical sense. You got to do that. You got to do that. But this whole thing gets into, to me, having driverless cars. It gets into something as simple as a graduation ceremony, turning it over to AI. Now, I'm not sure if the students thought the names were still mispronounced. There was a pretty funny example at Jefferson University recently where they had a woman who just was brutal. I mean, the simplest names, maybe not Jones or something like that, but mispronounced everything. So in an overreaction, they contract this out to have someone, as I understand it, I think they thought, pre-tape. Now, what if something goes wrong? One person's out and they get out of the rhythm. I don't know. It was, it's signed by more than 1,000. It urges the university to reconsider this impersonal practice. So have you seen AI? You know, this idea that you can talk teledocking in some cases. They're starting to deal with this, and AI will give you, this is ridiculous. It's a machine. So with AI, I have this confrontation of people wanting to turn to everything. Where are those jobs going to be then that people are going to do if AI is taking over and all this stuff, including doing a graduation ceremony? I don't know, Dan, if you just Google and find any sound of that, I can't imagine and did people have to submit how their name is pronounced? Some of these things are very difficult, tricky. People like their name pronounced a certain way, an accent on one thing or another. And when you're doing hundreds of students at this graduation ceremony. You contract out. You mean to say Westchester couldn't find in their communications department or something, somebody who's going to say, Dan Borowski, come up and get your degree in nuclear chemistry. You know? They had to farm it out to a contractor?
That's what doesn't make sense to me, because like I can think for high school and college graduation, I had to submit, how my name is pronounced. Because a lot of people say my name is Mashit, and it's not. It's Machette. It's Machete without the E. So
that's a good way to have people remember it. If I were pronouncing it, I'd have that. The thing is, Henry, too, though, if the name's mispronounced a little bit and the person tried here and all, what in the world are we doing that we're going to contractors, and then they, geniuses, are using AI to
just get someone with a basic grasp of phonics. I mean, what was that graduation in the city? Yeah, that TikTok. Dan, you're looking it up right now, aren't you?
Yeah, no, actually, I just pulled it up. I do have the audio of that.
All right, here,
that one, that one was bad.
This is brutal.
Maybe they're just trying to prevent this from happening?
Yes.
Take a listen. Oh, why?
All right, AI's in there.
It's Taylor. Tylor.
Oh, Tylor for Taylor.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Here's another one. Victoria Elizabeth Bruce.
Wow. What is she doing? You hear the woman there, yeah.
I'm going to try to get the next one before she says it, just so we can compare it 1 second. All right, Bridget Gabriel Bunkley, I think it is. Yeah, she's bad. So, and this went viral. This is 4.5 million views on TikTok.
Oh yeah, it was embarrassing. And did we ever get to the bottom of why she chose this woman? Why she was in that role?
I think she was just bad.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's Francesca Catherine Barcelone. She kind of got that one.
Right.
Efuni Batista Santos.
Stephanie Batista Santos.
Stephanie. And what did she call it?
Jessica Lynn Bauer.
Jessica Lynn Bauer.
The Stephanie part, I'm still working on.
Benamon.
Waiting for that one.
Alisuna Cole Bishop.
Allison Nicole Bishop.
Oh, boy. My God. All right.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think it's because she was only reading the phonetic spelling or the phonetic pronunciations of the names and not actually looking at the names and going, oh, that's Nicole.
Well, again, we come back to, though, look, the last name, everybody gets that.
Yeah.
But what in the world would compel you to be doing Stephanie in this weird way?
I mean, Joseph Dunn Black.
Eamon Joseph Dunn Black.
All right. So which one's worse?
Catherine Bosch.
Oh, she got that one right. Catherine Bosch.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
All right. So that's horrible. But the overreaction, we're going to farm this out to contractors.
Rebecca Boone.
Oh, Rebecca Boone. Okay.
These are not brutal names, a lot of them. Rebecca Boone, for example. So the bottom line is that she then, Westchester then, puts it out to a contractor. What could possibly go wrong? And then they decide, well, we're the contractor. Doesn't anybody specify we're going to use AI here?
I guess in this case, they were just leaving it up to the experts. Like, oh, you guys know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's right.
And I don't think AI can get a lot of names right. Like,
no.
You ever hear these? There's a lot of times, like try pronouncing the name on the board that I just put there for you.
Oh, God. Now, I tried to go. All right. I said it the way Henry and I agreed. I'm not blaming you, Henry, on this.
If he's listening, please call him.
And then I said it wrong the other time, so I recorrected. I don't even know which one is.
And I don't know if AI would be able to get it right either.
It's Athan, not Athan, right? I think I was saying Athan the whole time.
I think it's Athan, isn't it?
It's Athan. He said Athan.
But that's only the first name. The last name.
Yeah.
I thought it was Athan.
Kustarumbus.
Okay, wow.
The last name is not hard. It's the Athan thing. And when it's two names, I can't just say you. You know. But he's cool with it. I mean,
I'm sure, he's gotten his whole life.
I've seen guests, though, not with me necessarily, but they make. Well, I told you that story, Dan. It's a true story. I won't say where. DJ and I are coaching. Henry, you'll like this. And the kid's throwing a ball pretty good. Pitchers, you looked at him, 5 pitches. We were in charge of that. We always did that because that's the most important thing in Little League. And he's okay. And then he really caustically told us we weren't pronouncing the last name right. Was that Levine, and all that type of stuff. And he had thrown 3 pitches. We went, next. Weren't going to pick him. Weren't going to put up with all that. He could have thrown it 90. Not putting up with. I mean, it was brutal being told.
That's almost. That sounds like something out of like Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like, he corrected me on his name. I can't pick that kid.
Well, Dan would be with me on this one. I could tell. If the kid corrected him the way he did us, Dan, you would say, get him out of here.
Very pick and choosy is what I correct you on, though.
Yeah.
Like Betsy Pringle's totally okay with me if you want to call her Betsy.
Okay, yeah. Becky Pringle. I don't know why I put Betsy in there. But using AI, what the heck are they? These students are right. I haven't seen Westchester say they will not use AI in the future here. All right. Stephen Moore is AWOL here. Yeah. Anything could be happening. We'll see.
Second time, Dom. Three strikes.
Second time. He's usually a really on-time guest. So 855.
I actually have you interacting with the AI, Dom.
All right, let me hear it.
Get the name right. D-O-M.
Yeah. I mean, that woman, Dan, would read Dom as Don, without a doubt. I've seen it. Listen to you.
Where does that clip come from? Get the name right.
Get the name right. D-O-M.
We were at the Ford Museum in Detroit on a tour around the time of was it 2012? Something like that. Rich was with us even. He was on at night then, I think. And this guy just blurted this stuff out that was really objectionable. And then I went off because of what he called me to.
Get the name right. D-O-M. Get him out. Get him out of here.
That's where it comes from.
Is that the same one?
The same one, I think, yes. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. All right, it is time, though. Boy, that woman, my God, the Stephanie. It is time.
It's Dom.
That's right.
Money Melody.
All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets to see People Will Say We're in Love, a special Valentine's Day concert at the ZLOC. We love the ZLOC Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on February 14th.
So, Dom, last night's performance, halftime performance, a little underwhelming. Not a big fan. Henry, did you like last night's performance?
Yeah, from what I could hear. I mean, I was out at a bar, so I didn't.
Okay.
Dom, your thoughts on it?
No, it was. I get some of this. I don't know his work, so to speak.
Yeah, I'll say this much: I haven't cared for any other Super Bowl halftime shows because I wasn't fans of them. This is the first halftime show I was a fan of the artist on.
Well, I'm going to go back a couple years to one that I was a fan of the artist, Dom, and I like this one, but not so much. General opinion of it, kind of cringe. An artist covering another all-time great Super Bowl for performer, Prince, with Raspberry Beret. We want to know who the cover artist is today, Dom. Also a Super Bowl halftime performer. Take a listen.
And wore a raspberry beret, the kind you find in a second-hand store. A raspberry beret, and if it was warm, she wouldn't wear much more.
Incredibly recognizable voice, Dom. We just want to know who the cover band is today, covering Prince's Raspberry Beret.
All right, and you're going off to the ZLOC. 855-839-1210. You got to get in right now. AT&T and Verizon, and say Kustarumbus 5 times. Don't do that while driving. 855-839-1210.
My boss was Mr. McGee. He told me several times that he didn't like my kind, 'cause I was a bit too leisurely.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive crash-proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes "Ert." That's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, listen to the clue and tell us who's covering this classic song. All right, let's go to Gina in Doylestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gina, good afternoon. Who's singing that song?
Taking a stab at it. Warren Zevon?
No. All right, good try, Gina. Try again tomorrow. Lou in Mount Laurel. Who's covering the song, Lou?
It'd be Coldplay.
All righty, Lou. Nicely done. You're off to the Zlock. Valentine's related. Nice work on that one, Dan. Anything else to add?
Yeah, so back on Super Bowl 50, Dom, Coldplay headlined, believe it or not, featuring guests Beyonce and Bruno Mars.
Let me ask you, so I don't forget, great question on Twitter today. Who would you like to see after Henry differs, I know, Kendrick Lamar's not so riveting performance in the eyes a lot, or
Nobody.
They don't understand him or brought, that has not played the Super Bowl before, that you think could carry it?
And no one
Two
can.
people.
I hate to say, in 2025, no one can carry. And I don't mean to give that kind of answer,
Okay.
but we're so segmented in what we like anymore that there's not going to be somebody that anyone can universally agree on. Because the answer for you would probably be someone like Bad Bunny, who is huge. I mean,
Right.
but there's going to be naysayers to Bad Bunny too. Or if you throw out, let's say we go like the classics and throw out Fleetwood Mac, you know, Stevie Nicks is still around. That would be a great one. Or some all-time greats. You're going to get pushback from the younger generation too, saying, who the hell cares about these old people? So
Miley Cyrus. I'm not Miley Cyrus. I mean Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Taylor Swift.
One
but
person who could do it was in the stands.
you don't think we would spend the entire week afterwards if we weren't Eagles fans bitching that Taylor Swift performed
Right,
at the
but
Super
I'm
Bowl?
not. But could she? You know, because of the number of songs, the name recognition, etc., and she could broaden out from the usual. This guy.
I
was
think
bad.
what you have to do is you have to pick someone from a relic of the past who sold
Right.
a hell of a lot of albums
Right.
in a world where we as a society consumed one individual artist.
Right.
I think Taylor Swift would be big, but I think a lot of people would tune her out too. Just she's
It's always the boss then.
like there's. I hate to say, but I don't like Bruce Springsteen, but I think he's as good option as Taylor Swift would be in this.
Probably, and then you bring somebody up for a duet with him. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
do
well,
that
that's what
type of stuff.
I could see like a rotation of bringing up some of the all-time greats that are still around performing, some rock legends, and let them each do a song or a portion of their song.
Can
a
the
verse and a
Stones
chorus.
do it?
Yeah,
I would think
throw 'em
they
up
could.
there.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
But it's better than this. God knows what this guy will do next year, though. How the NFL put him in charge? Well, that's part of the Summer of George Floyd agreement came out of that.
Only performing at the Super Bowl's national anthem, Billy Joel. Throw him up there.
Oh yeah, that would kill.
Well, you think so?
Totally.
Yeah.
I think there's still a big taste for Billy Joel out there. Absolutely.
Now, the John Batiste guy, Ro really loves.
He was great.
He doesn't have a voice for the national anthem, though, I don't think.
You don't think? I thought that was awesome.
Well, I think he's really good. I just need a more commanding voice, potentially, for that.
Yeah, throw up Stevie Wonder, Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, the Stones.
Yeah.
You know, Billy
Too
Joel,
many.
each doing like Dolly Parton does a verse and a chorus. Like just
boy,
have like a rotation of
extravaganza.
but that's what I'm saying. Have an extravaganza of these rock legends
Right.
out there. It's probably the last time you'd be able to have all these guys on the stage. Do it. Like I think it's a fantastic. I don't know.
Hey, Dan, see if you can find. I just saw this. Arizona Healthy Schools Act is banning ultra-processed foods at lunch. Healthy school lunch bill introduced in Arizona. The taxpayer-funded meals at schools should be from whole foods, stuff like this. Oh, man. Look, I'm all on board with helpful meals and all that with kids. But am I banning, how much stuff am I banning here that they like, too, with RFK Jr.? People going to go along with that? I'm looking at some of the foods there. Oh, God. It's like the tuna sandwich is back. So if we see anything more on that, this guy's going to be confirmed this week. There's no doubt. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, also. And these are really, really consequential confirmations. And I'm looking at the ingredients that are banned: yellow dyes, blue dyes, red dyes, green dyes, brominated vegetable oil. All these things, bad. They sound bad. But the thing is, what's going to be left here that kids will eat and like? That's going to be the interesting battle. Can you actually find? I'd like to get this guy on, Dan. He's up now, Leo Busacusi. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Scott Presler in the on-deck circle. He'll be with us momentarily. Joe is in Doylestown. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon to you.
This is Joe.
Yeah, Joe, go right ahead.
Okay, how are you?
Good, Joe.
All right, I'm gonna go fast. We laugh every day at this stuff. I mean, just the Super Bowl last night with, there's 300 million people in the United States and 150 million watch the Super Bowl, and how Taylor Swift gets booed and Trump hailed as a hero. But I have a suggestion. I think it's going to be I love what Trump is doing here. I don't know if anybody heard about just these EVs. I mean, Ford lost $5 billion in 2024 in their EVs. In 2023, they lost $4.7 billion. But I think, like Trump says, people have the right to make a choice, removing the $7,500 credit. But my answer is I think Trump can really pick it up and really have it deliver a knockout blow to the Democrats. And here's my suggestion. I love how Trump is coming across with these ideas and finding the waste. And I think I heard one today, like $59 million or something was wasted on illegals for luxury hotels in New York. And he's trying to get the money back. And Fauci saving the limo and the security on that. But any savings or any money that comes back in, I think Trump should toss out a bone. I think Musk had this American PAC, and I got for American PAC petition. I got 2 checks for $200. And we laugh that we got the check. We're so happy.
Yeah. So you're talking about a rebate, which they sort of do in Jersey. They do it definitely in Alaska. Yes, and that would do 2 things. Your name is on that check when it goes out. When people get a check from a person, that's good. And it would put a little bit of a dent ongoing into inflation until we get out of this.
Correct, because I think it's going to be very challenging to get inflation down. Once things go up, you can't get them down. And I know we want to get interest rates lower, but that's going to cause house prices to go up. You know how it works. But Alaska last year it's called an Alaska Permanent fund dividend, PFD, plus energy relief payment, $1,700 went out to the
That's
citizens
not bad.
of Alaska.
Thank
so
you, Joe.
Trump, if we, okay, you bet.
I got you. Thank you, Joe, very much. No, I like that idea. You even wrote it down. If Stephen Moore ever comes back on the show, I don't know what's going on. Usually he's the most reliable. I'm going to ask him about the rebate idea. You know, we like to get these people on because then I like to convey something from you, put it into their ear, and see if they'll, oh, yeah, you know, we were thinking about that. They mentioned that's how ideas percolate. Has Trump heard of that? Yeah, that would be a masterstroke. You know, lessening taxes is one thing, but actually getting a check after all these cutbacks of all this fraud, waste, abuse, et cetera, is there. It adds up. Could it be $1,000? Yeah, potentially it could be $1,000. Let's go to Steve Feldman from ZOA here on Talk Radio 1210. Steve, you got something on the side question today?
I do. Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon. One of my favorites, which I actually reference a lot, the old Fram oil filter commercial. You can pay me now, or you can pay me later.
Yes, that's
but
always
the guy who doesn't change his engine.
Yeah, that's
his
always
oil rather. The engine goes.
Yeah, that's always a good pitch toward any consumer, or in medical terms, Steve. You're going to do this now. You're going to go on the cheap now. I have to admit, as much as sometimes they're just overselling, I think about it. Thank you, Steve. You're going to pay me now. You're going to pay me later. Very memorable catch line commercial, etc. All right, we have. Oh, let me play this before we get to Scott. Scott Presler coming up, Dan. This is the Prince Harry cut. Trump, for some reason, was either asked about it or wanted everyone to know over the weekend that he was not going to deport Prince Harry, which is in my top 5 of people I'd like to see deported. Why? Oh, my goodness. Why are we paying for this fraudulent guy, all this security cost, et cetera, that we are? And what is he doing here? And does that mean that Meghan Markle would leave too? That's what it's about mainly. Here's what Trump said about that.
You cannot use the nuclear word ever again. Harry is whipped. Do you know the expression whipped?
I'm familiar with the phrase.
I won't use the full expression. But Harry is whipped like no person I think I've ever seen. I'm not a fan of Meghan.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. And I wasn't right from the beginning. I think poor Harry is being led around by his nose, okay?
You think it's going to end?
I do. I've been a very good predictor, as you know. I predicted almost everything. It'll end, and it'll end bad. And I wonder if Harry's going to go back on his hands and knees and say, please, you know, I think Harry has been led down a path.
If you were the Queen, is it at the stage now, would you remove their royal title?
I would. The only thing I disagree with the Queen on, probably one of the only things ever, is that I think she should have said, if that's your choice, fine. But you no longer have titles, you no longer, and frankly, don't come around. He has been so disrespectful to the country, and I think he's an embarrassment.
All right, we had another part there, Dan, where he said he's got enough problems with his wife. That was the, yeah, of course, we don't want the royal couple here. I think that's an 80-20 thing. You ask Americans, you want to keep Harry and Meghan Markle here? They're going to go, what? Or they're going to say, no, let's get them out of here. That interview with Oprah particularly. All right, Scott Presler's got a lot to report today, his weekly visit. He's using AI for the good here, I think. And in addition to that, he's got some registration numbers here in Pennsylvania that are startling. Could Pennsylvania be, registration-wise, a red state? It certainly could. Scott Presler gives you an update on all things that are happening next on Talk Radio 1210.
The weather pattern will be active this week, but today will remain on the quiet side. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature a bit below average at 41. A cold night tonight, partly cloudy, low 26. And the next storm system moves in for Tuesday. It'll be mostly cloudy with snow developing late in the afternoon with a high 36.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874, 800-390-0874.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Getting on the side question, and the one and only Scott Presler joins us a little bit later today than usual. It'll be 2 o'clock again next week with Scott as he roams across New Jersey and Pennsylvania registering voters. Scott, welcome back to town. Thanks for joining us. Yo, Scott, are you there? Wow, what's going on today? Scott?
He says he's there.
All right, put him on hold here. And over the weekend, I talked with him, and you're going to hear him lay out, and he is as grassroots ready to go, Dan, or no? Okay. As grassroots as it gets. I told you last week that in Harrisburg, I'm told by people moving toward this, there is a bit of an appetite for election reform. So they tasked me, both sides. They wanted to know what you think and what I think. And then I got in some of the most expert people that actually do this, and what would they do? Well, nobody more expert that has seen how all this works for actual results, not theoretical, than Scott Presler. So, Scott, welcome back in. And what was Presler? A couple of things that might help in Pennsylvania, Jersey, wherever.
Thank you. Well, even after our win in November, we're continuing to hustle. And I'm not going to baloney you. I want to turn Pennsylvania into a red state. So we do that by continuing our voter registration efforts. I was at the Great American Outdoor Show in Harrisburg for 9 days. I was there every single day, shaking every single hand that I could. But we're also really considering the election integrity front. And so within the last week, I announced that we had purchased all the voter rolls, that we have now been given AI technology, and we identified thousands of either potentially fraudulent / duplicate voter registrations. And so I have been meticulously, one by one, going into the system for PA, and I'm finding lots of people that moved from PA to other states like Ohio, New Jersey, and these people were still registered as active, a lot of them Democrat, while also being registered in New Jersey now, or the other state, the secondary state. Now, I do want to give a shout out to the Department of State in Pennsylvania, because perhaps they have listened that we were doing this combing of the voter rolls via AI technology. And in the last 7 days since I announced this, the PA Department of State has done a huge purge of the voter rolls. And so for our weekly numbers here on Dom Giordano 12 Talk Radio, the Democrats a week ago had 105,000 more registered active D-R. And I'm very proud to tell you that as of today, that active number, D-R, has dwindled to 90,750. And let me just break it down for a second. To the person listening at home, we are 90,750 voters from having a plurality of registered Republicans in Pennsylvania.
So certainly at this rate, what you've done before, by the midterms or maybe beyond, this could be registration-wide, a purple or even a red state. Great work, Scott. And again, these figures, that's a lot in 1 week, even for a state.
Well, it shows you, yes, voter registration is important, and I do encourage independent voters to change your party to Republican. There are 1 million of you out there, but we at earlyvoteaction.com are also fighting on the election integrity front. And I do want to say one last thing in case there are any legislators or lawmakers listening. I'm asking you to sponsor a piece of legislation this session in Pennsylvania that whenever a hunter, a farmer seeking their dairy license, a person doing fishing seeking that license, whenever they get their license from the Pennsylvania State Department, why don't we offer voter registration? That if Governor Shapiro is going to offer motor voter at the DMV, why don't we get every hunterman, fisherman, and farmer in Pennsylvania registered to vote at their current address? And so lawmakers, please give us that legislation.
That is a brilliant idea. And I put that at the top of my list, Scott, as one of the things that can be done here. And that kind of backfired. I mean, I was in the camp, I don't know about you, and thought that was really going to cut. That's why Shapiro was doing it toward Democrat voters. Any sense of why it didn't?
Well, you know, I got a lot of pushback for that, Dom. When Shapiro did the AVR, so many people were dooming and glooming and saying that the election was going to be stolen. And I understand the hesitation from 2020. I get that. But I said, guys, wait a second. No, this is an opportunity that so many white working class people that may not have otherwise registered to vote were now going to be registered to vote. And I think the data, correct me if I'm wrong, fact check me, has already proven that the automatic voter registration via the DMV has produced more registered Republicans than Democrats.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I want to thank Josh Shapiro for helping to elect President Donald Trump as the 47th president in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So, Scott, let's turn to Jersey. What's happening in New Jersey now?
Well, the data for the last month, you and I spoke about this. I want people to know New Jersey is in play. New Jersey is in play this November. Republicans registered 10,000 voters in the month of January, while Democrats lost 2,000. And you want to talk legislation? I get Google alerts for my name because I want to see, you know, if the Democrats ever say something about me. And get this, New Jersey legislators are actually proposing a piece of legislation to get all of the hunters and 2A in New Jersey registered to vote. And so I see this as such an opportune time that if we ever had a chance to flip the New Jersey governorship, then you register to vote at your current address, you register as a Republican, you vote in the primary on June 10th so you can pick your candidate, and you mark your calendar right now. You open up your phone and you put in Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. This next week, Dom, I am visiting Gloucester, Hunterdon, Union, Middlesex, Bergen, Burlington, and then I'm going to be at Gun for Hire on March 1st in Passaic County. So these next 2 weeks are really a lot of North Jersey, and I look forward to spending all of 2025, and we're going to hit each of New Jersey's 21 counties going into this year.
We're looking for that. We got you at Mulligan's ashore, and that base of operations on the boardwalk. It's going to be spectacular. So, Scott, people that want to volunteer, still looking for that big time, donate or more information. There's a lot of stuff. I have a list here of what you're doing in Wisconsin. We mention that every time. Where do they go to do all that?
Well, please sign up as a volunteer. Sign up right now, earlyvoteaction.com. And in addition to the voter registration, the most important thing that we can be doing, guys, is getting people to commit to vote. So you can commit to vote and volunteer with us at earlyvoteaction.com.
Great stuff, Scott. Thank you. We'll catch up soon, 2 o'clock next Monday.
Thank you.
Scott Presler here. And Dan, I think he said this is Talk Radio 12 or something, but that's okay. Everything else was foolproof there.
We can just use AI to
we'll use AI to access that. Get that pronunciation woman from over in Jefferson University Hospital. Let's go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Happy Monday. What a beautiful day, right?
Absolutely.
So, listening throughout the show, Cooper DeJean, did you happen to see the interview with Scott Van Pelt on the Sports Center?
I did not. Henry, you did? Yeah. What's your takeaway,
Right,
Gary?
So Scott Van Pelt says, so Cooper, you guys,
going
once
back
you
to
get
your
your hands,
Iowa days, you've always been a guy that when you get your hands on the ball, you've got a nose for the end zone. At what point, Cooper, when you've got the ball, are you thinking, I'm getting ready to score in the Super Bowl?
Right when I touched it. I was trying to find the open lane, find the open grass to get in the end zone. Luckily, I had some guys throwing some blocks out there for me, and I was able to get in there. It was awesome.
Yeah, Gary, what did you have on that?
When Cooper's DeJean, his answer is as soon as my he asked him when did you think you were going to score a touchdown, and he said as soon as my fingers touch the ball.
Yeah, did you see him coming into the game, the stadium? He looked like he was wearing his high school jacket. He looked a lot smaller. I mean, he's a ferocious tackler. Next to these guys, he looked like a high school kid because he's just, only 22 now or 21, whatever.
You guys talking about that Speedy DeJean?
Yeah, Speedy DeJean is the nickname Dan is giving it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
The kid's awesome. My answer to the side question is it goes back to the 90s. It was an old Milwaukee commercial. And, when in the 90s or in the 80s or the further you go back, the more male-dominated the audience was of the NFL, this would have applied last night because what they would say is they talk about all the positive things that happened throughout the day or all the wins that we had, and then it was so good that the Swedish bikini team would fall out of the sky. I mean, you can't do that today, but maybe if there's guys and girls, but on a beach or something like that. But it was a fantastic commercial.
No, bring the Swedish bikini team. You can do that. I would say the Italian bikini team, though. All right, 855-839-1210.
Was wrong, because when Muskrat Mike discovered gold, it got somewhat better. And when the Swedish bikini team came downstream, it got a little better.
Can't do that today? Come on now. 855-839-1210. You can get on board the lightning round. Just hit us with that all-time memorable commercial coming off, of course, what else? Super Bowl commercials. 855-839-1210. You get on board. That's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Every day around this time, we decide the winner. By the way, we're playing for a $50 gift certificate to the great Gallows Restaurant and the Harvey Burger Place right there, too. We'll have that on Friday for you, but don't forget Gallows for any kind of celebration. Dan, did anybody else check in before we go to the calls on should Friday be the day they have the parade? Because on YouTube, et cetera, on Twitter, I think, we're getting a lot of action. Nobody called in on it, though.
No, I asked someone to call in. A couple people call in. So Bobby's story's the worst.
Right.
Because he said, do you mind if I reveal this, Tom?
Yeah, go ahead.
He said, my wife has a 1-year cancer follow-up doctor's appointment Friday at Broad and Wolf. His appointment was made a while ago. Pretty important appointment.
Right.
Really hopes not to miss.
Yeah.
That's tough, man.
And we don't know. Do we have a ballpark figure? Because our cop source told me he believed the parade in 2017 stepped off at 1 o'clock. I don't believe that. I thought it was Jason Kelsey was out there. I was on 9 to noon then. And I think the parade was happening during my show. So
yeah, I remember listening to Kelsey's speech on the way home from doing our show from 10 to noon. So it had to be like around 2, 3 o'clock, I would think.
Well, that's when they got, though, to the art museum area, right?
Yeah.
So they must have started like an hour and a half before that, you would think, right? They had to. I mean, it takes that long.
I guess 1 would make sense then, right?
No, I'm
If
thinking.
you start at 1 and then you get to the
What do you
art
say,
museum
Henry?
I remember standing out there for seemingly like hours upon hours. I feel like 1 o'clock feels early.
Oh.
Early?
To start the parade?
Oh, no. That's the start?
Yeah.
All right. I meant like late. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. I got to go back and see. Well, can you Google what time did the parade start in 2017? I don't know if they'll do it that way or not, but I thought it started around 11 o'clock or something. And, it takes a while. It
It began at 11 a.m. The intersection of Broad Street and Pattison, moving down Broad towards the Philadelphia Museum of Art.
So that's the last time, right?
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Good old AI. Thank you for not making any sense there.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last one. Yeah.
11 a.m. If they do something like that, then yeah, we would be in good position where we're hoping to be remotely to broadcast then. Yeah. I think it can't be that late in the afternoon. That's even worse.
Official program began at the bottom of the art museum steps around 1 p.m.
The last time.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. And that was that. Look, the costume was outlandish, but that speech pulled no punches by Kelsey. Remember what he said about Lane Johnson?
Lane Johnson can't stay off the juice.
Yeah. I mean, that was a little outrageous. That was, I wouldn't have liked that.
Iconic.
No, I don't think Lane Johnson thought that. He wants to bury that and move on with his life.
Because it was like the second or third year of his career or whatever. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yes, exactly. He wasn't the Lane Johnson of today. I mean, that's iffy stuff there, yeah. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. This advertisement was actually a full-page ad in a magazine. And it was about a popular yet very expensive whiskey named Crown Royal.
Yes.
And it comes in a purple pouch. And on the ground there was a busted out bottle of crystal. It was protruding out of its purple pouch, and the caption read, "Have you ever seen a grown man cry?" I thought that was pretty good. Thanks a lot, Don.
All right, thank you, Drew, very much. By the way, somebody who needs help in branding, yesterday, the 115-year-old Boy Scouts of America ditched theme to be more neutral and no longer will be called the Boys of America. How we fought for them, they'll be called Scouting America. Scouting America.
Well, poor Girl Scout.
Yeah, right. But you can't say Boy Scouts. I mean, the battles that went on. When I first came here to Talk Radio 1210, this was epic. Every other month, there was some huge battle over the Boy Scouts, gay Scout leaders, etc. And now they've devolved where they don't even want to call themselves an iconic name. You don't get a better name than out. That guy's no Boy Scout. We still say that. Why do this? Well, they say it's benefiting him. It's benefiting Scout. All right, Ted in Wilmington. Ted, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ted.
Hey, Tom, Dan, way to go, guys.
Thank you, Ted.
My commercial is blinding snowstorm. Announcer, did you ever wonder how the guy who drives the snowplow gets to the snowplow? And the Volkswagen pulls up. Guy gets in the snowplow, fires her up, and heads out the door.
I think that was a great ad. I remember that. I don't know if it's true or not that I'm going to be taking a Volkswagen in, but yeah, remember that ad. Bill in Palmyra, our final hitter today, memorable commercial. All right, Bill, what's yours?
Tom, Dan, my commercial goes back. It's an old Budweiser where there were two frogs sitting on a lily pad, and they would start the frog noise, Budweiser. And then in the background, there were two lizards, a young one named Lou and an older one. And the young one was complaining about how successful the frogs were. And he finally says, they're going to pay for this. And the older frog says, let it go, Lou.
I remember that older frog. I remember that. Did a lot with the frog. Budweiser, very, very clever. It's surprising. They went the Bud Light way. I've seen the horses come down the main street in Norristown, Dan. 10,000 people standing there to watch the horses. You can't.
I'm surprised no one said the Clydesdales
Yeah, the
today as an
Clydesdales.
answer.
The field goal kicking of the Clydesdale was iconic. Yeah.
I thought even the one yesterday, I thought that was a good commercial too, the one they did where it rolled the driver forgot the keg and it rolled it all the way to the bar he's supposed to be at. I like that one too.
Yeah, I liked the Bud Light one yesterday a lot. That was one of the better commercials by far. So, Dan, who do you think is potentially a winner today?
One call really sticks out to me. That's Joe in Bordentown, who
Right.
called in with Joe Azuzu, but more
Right.
so, he was calling out Lenny and Pittman, who called in with Mean Joe Green, saying as a Joe, he was insulted that Mean Joe wasn't actually a Joe, and his name was
Okay.
actually Charles.
Yeah. Well, I forgot. I like the Mean Joe Green thing. Okay.
Well, Lenny and Pittman had Mean Joe Green, so we'll throw him.
No.
as one of the finalists.
I like what you said about Joe Bordentown. Joe
Okay.
Azuzu was very good. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, I like the different Joe. I like Joe in Columbus with the Bird Magic commercials, seeing kind of how they
Okay.
became friends through that, or at least friendly with each other.
Oh, boy.
Bob Uecker also standing out as a good answer for Robert.
Let's go with Joe of Columbus today. Those commercials were
the Larry Bird
episodic.
Commercials?
Yeah, they were episodic. There wasn't just one. It went on for quite a while. Okay, we'll put that into the hat. Don't forget, we're playing for, on Friday, $50 gift card from the great Gallows. Rich the Oli is fired up and ready to go. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And we'll see several things. Are they going to stick with Friday? It appears to be Friday will be Parade Day. Interesting idea. And will President Trump today rescind the ban on plastic straws federally? What will they do over in Narberth? Put another new ban on there? More bans. We're not listening to any of it. All right, Rich is next. All that here, 4 big hours on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios One Gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios